Good morning, guys. Give me a second. Still just setting through. Today's A day. The fuck? There we go. There we go. Okay. How's everyone doing this morning? What's up? What's up, dork? NVIDIA struggling with its $1 trillion valuation. It's not Monday. It's very astute of you. I'm still waiting to see what positioning looks like. There was a lot of repositioning going on in the pre-market, so everything was kind of all over the place. But I'll let you know in a minute. Yeah. Okay, for some reason there's a shitload of puts at 41.85 and 41.80. Then we got a pretty decent amount of calls at 42.40 and 42.45. Is BTU dead? No. It's very cheap. Coal prices have been falling, which has been dragging on its price a bit, but I think it's far from dead. They're doing a $1 billion share buyback, and their cash flows are insane. Super boring boomer play. Absolutely. But in all fairness, most commodities are getting hit right now. Copper, iron are both down. China's reopening has been softer than expected. I'm sorry to hear that, Rasma. I got CCs out on GME that I rolled to June around $20. Any hope of it coming back down? Why this constant push upwards for weeks? Well, It's been pretty flat for like the last week. Very flat. Maybe a little longer than a week now. It's still very index exposed and extremely illiquid, but there's no covering going on it. There's also not a lot of short interest coming in. So the combination of those two factors kind of leaves it at the mercy of the broader indexes, which have been largely flat with the occasional up. Could they be sold puts? They could be. I have no fucking clue. There's 0 DTs, and they haven't been open for very long. Consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. Do you think it'll have a big impact on the market? Probably not. It usually doesn't. I do think that whatever price we obtain here is likely to fail. I know I want to take profit on the call side here. I'd imagine many others are feeling similarly. Could be a little longer though. Does anyone have an EMP that can whack off NVIDIA? You know, you could probably just email Jensen's assistant if you need someone to whack off half square. What's Upstart up to? Well, the same thing as the rest of NASDAQ. Is QQQ over Gamma Max now? Yes. Yes, it is. Which is interesting. I don't think we've ever seen an index go above Gamma Max. Even an index-based ETF. We have seen it test it before, though. Upon which it failed. And that was back in beginning of February. This is pretty close. Yeah, Gamma Max 352.22. Gork, a trillion dollar company shouldn't move like Nvidia. It's almost like we're back to the free money days of 2022, 2021, and it feels wrong. Well, there's still a lot of that free money in the system. The Fed hasn't really made a lot of progress in destroying any of it, right? It's getting better, but the velocity of money is increasing, right? So, which is offsetting the fact that the money supply is dwindling or starting to dwindle. How often is QQ? Okay. Teslaing. Yeah, I'm mostly moving with the broader index. Tesla's Gamma Max is at 210. So, watch for rejections as it gets closer to that. Are calls being priced up? Yeah, we're above gamma neutral. The price keeps going up despite SPX kind of dipping flat from when I started. Okay. That's I suppose that's a spread that you could open. Is the how are the returns that far out of the money? July 21st. SPF down 25 BPS on the day so far. Yields are crushing this morning. T-bond futures have been rocketing since yesterday. which is interesting in its own right. Oil's down pretty hard. I expect, if nothing else, that's gonna drag on SPX pretty hard. Yeah, Dow's red. Oh, this is T+2 for NVIDIA from earnings also. Did you lose any memories? No, actually, I tried to get drunk twice over the weekend, and I was unsuccessful both times. The first time I tried to get drunk, they ran out of booze. The second time I tried to get drunk, I fell asleep. It was actually kind of depressing. $3.4 bid, 2.7 ask, 305 for mid for a $10 spread. That's atrocious. I don't think the risk reward is worth it there. Also, why so fucking far out of the money? Spy for 520 end of year. Thanks, Pie Bowler Bear. XLE and XLF red. Dude, oil's down 350 basis points this morning. Like light crude futures. JK, not really. I slept it off. I can manage my own straddle. You'd think you'd be able to. They're pretty easy. I could manage a straddle drunk. Chance of 4250 today. Not looking super hot, to be honest. Not only is there like no call interest at 4250 right now, but oil's falling off a cliff. Which means that VIX is probably going up. Although the same may not be true for QQQ. It's just beyond all the sold calls at that expiry based on the dip charts with the IV Delta over the weekend. I guess. You can also... I mean, the risk is the same regardless of the moneyness, right? If you're targeting those levels, so you might as well get more credit out. Like, I don't know, it makes more sense to me to get more credit. Chance of 4150. I don't know, maybe a better chance of like 4200. ES just failed the 1.75 level again after breaking up above it this morning. So we're now back below 4230 on ES. I don't think there's a lot of longevity at these prices. A lot of the pump had already burned out on Friday, and these pumps run into a lot of resistance and positive gamma environments because, well, calls get more expensive, as Yaga noted. Are my June 180 Tesla puts toast? No. June 180. When in June? End of June? Or the June monthly? And Tesla's almost back at Gamma Max. Pretty close. Gamma Max is kind of running away from the current price. So unless the short calls on Tesla get squeezed out, it's pretty unlikely. June 16th. Yeah, I wouldn't say that they're dead. Thoughts on Boyle? Quite the dip. It's the Widowmaker, dork. Hey, Greg, I just landed in Brooklyn. Any good food spots I should check out today? How the fuck did you land in Brooklyn? There's no airports there. Private Choppa. Skydived. Hmm. Okay. Risky. I lost all my cash trading zero DTEs, and now I can't play zero DTEs. That makes sense. Hey, Greek, I just landed on the Manhattan Bridge. I died. Are you trying to move? Move into a new home? What's with you and bridges, man? Can you get VIX up instead of Upstart? No. Oh, you mean like on the screen? I thought you wanted me to make VIX go up. That'd be ridiculous. When you have two verbs next to each other and want the past tense, which verb do you use? Broke dance or break danced? Hmm. That's a good question. It's an amazing question. Really big deal. He was breakdancing. Yeah, they were. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But we could use broke danced. SPX seems unpredictable at the moment. What are your thoughts so far today? Really? It's done exactly what I said it would do this morning so far. My thoughts are it'll continue to do what I said it would do, which is probably break down into the rest of the week. But what if I want to conjugate it? Why do you feel like this pump will be short-lived? I thought the market was full bull today. Also, like the stream and protect your data, everyone. Did you get hacked recently or something? Break seems like an adjective to dance, so it should be break danced. Yeah. Because breaking is the type of dancing. Hmm. Hold on. I'm just looking at positioning here. Okay, so I think the 4185 and 4180 puts were actually long because they're selling off. I'm not sure they should sell off, but they are. ES has now broken down from the 1.75. It has almost confirmed the breakdown. There's still a gap down here on futures from like 4220 to 4219. Futures doesn't like leaving gaps. B Watts, what's up, man? Thank you so much. Break dancing, waltz. You wouldn't say that you waltz danced. You'd say that you went waltzing. I mean, I prefer the foxtrot. Or the tango. You could say you tangoed. It'd sound weird if you said you were tangoing. If we're expecting a negative EPS or GME this earnings, do you expect a breakdown or a short attack? If negative, short attack? I don't think the shorts care enough about GME to attack it anymore. Or is there still a reason for institutional bullishness despite negative EPS? No? I mean, there wasn't any institutional bullishness with positive EPS. Let me be really clear. Outside of ETFs, no institution is buying GME at a PE of 200. Maybe back when its volatility was, like 150. But with IV at like 80, it's not nearly as attractive. If you want, I can tell you when I'm about to buy a put or a call. Then you can play the opposite because I'm very good at selling low and buying high. Okay, cool. I'm good, but thanks. Nvidia added a Northrop Grumman in market cap this morning. I don't think it's gonna last very long, right? I mean, JFresh still has to poop in his pants, but it's just T+2, right? From it adding, a quarter of Apple to its market cap. Much smarter to buy Nvidia at a P of 200. Jesus Christ. The downside gap on futures is at like 4220 to 4219. I know, but it's like a Mitsubishi Motors. I mean, what are you gonna do at this point besides laugh, right? It's obviously ridiculous. Can you dance? You know, I'm not terrible at it. I was forced to dance as a child, against my will. Although I'm fatter now, it's harder to dance when you're fat, I think. I haven't tried. In what form? Oh, I had to take ballet. Yep. I wasn't a stripper. A child stripper? It's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure I have ballet stream cards already. Any plays for the pullback are too unpredictable. I mean, the play for the pullback would either be to sell bear call spreads or short it, right? It's broken the calculation for Gamma Max, though. I'm not sure I would trust it. I told my fiance if only we canceled the wedding, I could zero DTE 45K and we could retire. She just doesn't understand. Yeah, the return on investment from a wedding is actually zero. I mean, you could end up making $0 off zero DT, $45,000 worth of zero DTEs, but you'd probably do better than a wedding, or at least your odds are better. You're still targeting 4,000 over the next few months. Yep, yep. In third grade, my class had a Chinese New Year dance, bare feet and all. The day of the performance, I cried so hard my dad let me stay home. That's how badly I don't like to dance. Was it just like because you'd be in front of people and they'd beat you up? Wedding has the worst return. You end up with a wife. That's a good point. Yeah, that's an automatic 50% loss in some states, actually. I don't get why anybody would spend more than $7,500 a wedding on a wedding, and even that's pushing it. I mean, I don't get why anybody would spend any money on a wedding or get married. My little brother spent 25,000 on their wedding and got 40K in cash. That's not bad. All right. I see what you're after there. Okay, if you or they have a rich family. Although maybe he could have just asked his family for 40 grand and dodged the wedding, you know? The tax advantages are a nice arbitrage. Yeah, if you can stay married long enough. Popcorn Trader's wife ROI seems pretty good. Yeah, yeah. He's a kept man. That's a good point. Yeah, I suppose you could end up being, well, it's advantageous for someone, at least. In Popcorn Trader's case, the husband, because he gets an allowance. Hey now, getting married and having kids is awesome. Just saying. Bullshit. I don't believe you. That's just like a misery loves company kind of thing. You're just trying to get other people to do it so you have someone to hang out with. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a wedding. Can I bash husbands just to even things out in the room? Oh, absolutely. Metaverse weddings run by NVIDIA generative AI. The future, Chat GPT will be the officiator and the wife for many of you. No no offense. Consumer confidence 102.3 actual, 103.7 previous, forecast 100. Okay. So down but not down as much as people thought. Moderate. Futures is filling that gap. Actually, futures filled that gap. The gap has been filled. This kind of still looks like it has a lot more room to go down. It's almost like massive pumps to the upside on the back of zero DTEs and sold puts aren't sustainable. Huh. I wish there was someone who told me that. Oh, wait. I may. Spy down to suppress GME Classic. Won't last long, though. Take a look at last year. Excuse you? You know, you can't come in here and pretend like you have a bunch of market knowledge, Super Bowl old man, and then make claims like they're suppressing the spy to keep GME down. Okay, one of those is crazy. I saw a FAP GPT advertisement earlier this morning. Who doesn't want to marry a stochastic parrot? TR red, market crashing coming. I'm not sure that the sales of Tootsie Rolls determine the health of the market, Dork. Oil's now almost down 400 BPS, sliding below $70 a barrel. Here's my question. When OPEC cut more? They don't like these prices. This is interesting. Oil down to suppress Tesla. Oh, goody. I wanted several hundred more shares of BTU at 18. Nice. My call hedge is flat. I was promised a bull market. I want the manager. There was a chance for that. I don't know when you bought the call hedge. You should speak to the manager. If institutions are not suppressing the price of Jumi, then why are people on RSS needing to selling their shares when they become homeless? What? Down 37% on AMG July 21, 105p. Enough theta? Thinking of averaging down. I think your theta is decent, although your price target might be awful. Eh. Ah, bastard. All right, stopped out. Let's see how much this bounces. All right, so we tested 216.50 on futures. Quite a lot of sale volume there over the last few minutes. All right, that could stabilize a little bit. Give me a second. So maybe a little chop, but this looks like it's gonna continue to break down. Oh, that reminds me. I need to get my yang position. Are you entering maybe more long-term NVIDIA puts here, maybe? Maybe. Like September and Jan? I'm particularly fond of 380s for September right now. They're moderately cheap. I've been looking at those, and I've been looking at Jan 350s. Oh, hold on one second. All right, I'm back. Sort of. I've been looking at January 150s on NVIDIA. I have plenty of those already. If NVIDIA doesn't close with a market cap above $1 trillion, does JFresh still have to poop his pants? What's a good theta for SPX bear call spreads if I can't monitor it throughout the day? 21 to 28 DTE? I mean, it's a little riskier, but okay. I mean, it's not bad. You have theta risk there, right? So there's more to, like, I don't know. It depends on what positioning you're looking at taking, like how far out of the money. If you're nearer the money, you don't want as much theta. If you're gonna be pretty far out of the money, then it's not so bad. Yin and yang are just racist, Yaga. They're not. It has nothing to do with the actual meaning of the word, right? They're just the two most racist ETFs. Looks at September 380 calls. Cheap, yes. $3,100 per contract. Yeah. That's like a shitty used car. Or 20 shitty used cars. Yeah, I thought Baba was Middle Eastern. Are they inverse one another? One's the 3x bull and the other's 3x bear. I heard C3 mentioned on the weekend stream. Okay, for spreads this week, earnings tomorrow, supposedly. I mean, volatility is really high. I guess you could play earnings. You probably wouldn't want to do spreads. You'd probably want to be protected directionally, both ways. So maybe like short condors or something. Like take advantage of the IV crash. Look at it. No. LOL. What? What are you talking about? What's going on with Upstart? Nothing? It was up 20% earlier. Yeah, but the company doesn't have like a business model. Last time I sold bear call spreads on it, I made a shitload of money. That's awesome, right? Hopefully it goes back up to 41 again. But yeah, I mean, you could sell like put butterflies or something, right? So as long as the price moves and vol crushes, you're good. I wouldn't take a directional bet on earnings because I mean no one knows what the company does. What do you think of the Fed Now system getting implemented in July? End of cash? Maybe. Is BTU dead? No, but coal prices have slumped. So there's a good opportunity to uh buy BTU if that's something you're interested in doing. It's very cheap right now. I don't think it's dead. They're still making like a couple hundred million a quarter in free cash flow. And they're doing a $1 billion share buyback, which is now over a third of their market cap. It's like a long hold. It's not a short trade. IBKR FX desk sent a message out to everyone holding Turkish lira. TRY has been placed on closed only status. Nice. What a great country that Edrigan is running there. He's doing such a good job with the economy, just ignoring inflation. Are you telling me that earnings is a binary event? Yeah. Gork, I bought more BTU. Cool. Does it matter if the company does if AI is in the name? I mean, actually, AI, the ticker, maybe evidence of that. Why buy T over BTU? Diversification. Also, 7% dividend. I own more BTU than I do AT&T. A little bit. I haven't heard Oxy mentioned in a while. Well, I haven't bought any because it hasn't been $56.50. If it goes back below or at $56.50, I might mention it again. What do you expect for a country full of holiday birds? Edrigan has some singing chops, though. If he ignores inflation, it may leave him alone. Probably not. We still see possible downs on SPX or bounce back to 42.20, 42.25. I mean, futures is pushing back up to, like, there's not a lot of volume, but there's a little volume in the push back to the, like, 1.75 level. If that fails, then more downside, but I'd wait for the test. So 42.30 or 42.35. It's testing 42.30 now. It doesn't look like it's having a lot of success with the resistance. But I'd be patient. I think there's time. This can probably chop for a little bit. This half square in BTU, I might be a buyer, but it depends. I have a theory that if Half Square hadn't bought NVIDIA puts, they would have missed earnings. A lot of people coming out to say they think the tech rally is here to stay. Bullish. Well, yeah, but that's because they bought the top. Bounce to 42.40 since there's gamma there. It's not quite that simple. We would need gamma in between here and there, which there's not a lot of. There's also a pretty decent amount of sold calls between like 40.35 and 40.45. Did you see Lilly news about the AI drug discovery collab with Xtal Pi? No. Is it improving their share price? Not really. Yeah, they're down today, so clearly not getting the bullishness from AI that everyone else is. I got a bunch of Upstart July 16, 2050 puts. Is that enough theta? July? You mean June 16th? Or July 21st. Those are different months. June 16th. I mean, it's just enough to capture SLD. I need to come clean. I lied to you, and it's been eating away at me. I don't care. Like, inverse ARC ETF? Is there an inverse AI ETF yet? Not that I'm aware of. But they'll probably create those products the second AI stocks go down. Why are NVIDIA Leap put premiums so high? Well, NVIDIA is expensive. It's maybe market makers aren't so confident in the current price being sustainable. I need to come clean to you also. I lied. I'm not a mod. I know. So they're trying to stop me from rolling my Jan 24 puts out to Jan 25. Oh, Jesus. NVIDIA's going to $5,000 a share, isn't it? Fucking half smart. NVIDIA 4-way split incoming? I don't think so. You closed your SPX calls yet? This morning. The 4150s. Hey, dude, I was hanging out with some friends at their lake house for the weekend where one of the boats they have is a pontoon that cost almost 2 times my house. Imagine spending $500,000 or more on a lake boat. Think about that, Pterodactyl. Judge them more harshly next time. Fubo's still going to $1.50? Probably, yeah. I mean, how much time you got? You overestimate the price of my house. Maybe. I don't know what houses cost in the Middle West. All right, futures rejected on the test. It seems bearish. Their yacht is still in Florida. They just come up for the summer? Okay. Oh, so they have multiple boats. Can I call the box under the bridge my lake house? If you want to. Houses are free. You're just going to be friends with rich gambling addicts. NQ looking heavier than ES. I think we start to see a rotation back out of tech now. Possibly, as interest rates increase and yields, but that'll probably be after the debt ceiling deal's reached. We may see some like pullback in tech anyway because it's so fucking overbought. I keep debating moving to other areas of cheaper houses, but they won't have all the good DoorDash places or museums and too many idiots. I think you'll find that the number of idiots is pretty equivalent everywhere. How long will the flip from oh thank god debt ceiling up to oh fuck treasury's gonna do what? Asking for my June 16s. I mean, Yellen needs to get cash pretty quickly. I know the extraordinary measures that they've used up demand like a couple hundred billion right off the bat, with about $1 trillion in deposits they need to make at the Federal Reserve over like the next few scheduled auctions. Can you explain sector rotation a bit? Like what's historically seen? People sell growth and buy value. So, I mean, sometimes there's a rotation to like commodities. That's a little more rare, but it can happen. Um, but yeah, basically like one sector is sold off and another is bought. That's, to put it simply. The preponderance of idiots in my old Midwest area was extremely high. Don't you live in like Michigan or something? Aren't they like? That's still the Midwest. You can't move from one part of the Midwest to another part of the Midwest and talk shit on the Midwest. I live in DC. Really? What's with all the farms? Never seen never seen a farm animal in DC. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. You're gaslighting me. Surrounding Maryland is full of farms. Oh yeah, I forget that Maryland's there. Huh. You know what's boring? Delaware. Has anybody here ever been to Delaware? That's not true. Every town in Delaware has an adult novelty store and a church. Those might be the only two businesses in a town, but they do have both of those businesses in every town. They're equally sized. The mega church and the adult mega novelty store both raking in the same amount of money. So like Florida but without Amscot. Hmm. Like a combo Pizza Hut Taco Bell? No, they're usually in separate parking lots. What about Harley's and crab cakes? I've had crab cakes in Maryland. They were okay. There's nothing like fresh blue crab out of the Chesapeake covered in a thin film of navel oil. Mm. You can taste the diesel. It's scrumptious. Well, the Old Bay spices to mask the taste of naval discharge. Not from your belly button. The Chesapeake's disgusting, by the way. Can you ASMR navel oil? Thanks. I live on Cape Cod. Neighbor's a lobsterman. I get fresh lobster all season. Nice. What's it like not having power 2 months out of the year? I too know people who live on the Cape. Dallas Fed manufacturing, big mess. Yeah, contractions gonna continue in the manufacturing space. Which is starting to actually lead to some very nice valuations for manufacturers. Good morning, Hestia. Still a downside gap, right? Okay, yeah. So SPX still has a downside gap, but ES filled its downside gap. ES moving back up to test 42.25. Volatility is not really picking up a lot here. Neither is at the money call interest. Someone really wants the price to go to 42.40. Someone also really wants the price to go to 41.85 or 41.80. The positioning today is so strange. I had a friend in Harwich who didn't have running water or electricity growing up. Just a well and wood-burning stoves. It was wild. Yep, that sounds about right. Sold puts, bought calls, not looking as hot today. I mean, definitely not hot at the money. There's some profit taking on in the money calls, and there's still a lot of puts at like the 4200, 4185, and 4180 strikes, which we're significantly closer to than 4240. It could be that the out of the money calls are largely sold, like 4140, 4145, but hard to tell right now. Actually, we may never know because there's 0 DTs. $41.85 seems to me more likely. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But as we get closer to the end of the day and calls get cheaper, maybe we'll see more calls come in. I mean, we're still in a positive gamma environment, right? So it's harder for prices to fall. Like they've really the price really has to grind down. We're not gonna get volatile. We're not gonna get a lot of volatile downside here. This T+2. It was T+2 for Nvidia. Yeah. Check DMs. What do you got? All right, that's phenomenal. Well done, Pigeon Teeth. China's youth unemployment hits record high. Some forced to take on low-paying jobs. Interesting. Yeah, unemployment in China is kind of a problem right now. More confirmation that Nvidia is going to 500. Kathy Wood called Nvidia overvalued. Fuck. That just means she doesn't want to buy anymore to lend it out. But are people who live like that just the lost Roanoke tribe? I don't know. You'd have to ask Popcorn Trader. He's the resident expert on the disappearance of people in Roanoke. Remember, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Remember to take these slower market hours to do your manscaping. Everyone's on one today. This is great. I understand what you're saying about being harder to go down to 41.85, but I still think a grind down is more likely. Yeah, I agree. We're losing long side support at these levels. Slowly, but we are. Didn't she sell it all like $200 ago? I think so. I think didn't she sell everything after like Q4 earnings? In her defense, from a valuation standpoint, that wasn't a bad time to sell everything. And a significant improvement from her usual tactic of selling the bottom. Garvin, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. Appreciate it, dude. I believe there is not a small part of Wall Street that just likes to troll Kathy. That's possible. I've done some studying of Roanoke, not saying they died because of this for sure, but they settled near a tidal basin and their waste was going into the water they were probably drinking. Why were they drinking water out of the ocean? Are you still short Nvidia? Yeah. Mostly just because I never closed the puts after earnings. I'm also up on Nvidia though, so it's overvalued. Steve Cohen, pump it 5%. It's possible. River stream near settlement, I think. Okay. You said tidal basin, which I thought implied ocean. So that was the part that was confusing for me. But T2 action on Nvidia, is T5 unlikely? No. Dude, Roanoke just all got killed by Native Americans. The mystery is such a joke. Dude leaves for years and comes back. Then a nearby tribe has white women and mixed babies. Is this historically accurate? I'm not a historian, much less one from Virginia. Psychedelic mushrooms and a cold winter. So they were just high all man, there's some conspiracy surrounding this. How up on Nvidia when started shorting at 200? Oh, I hedged earnings. Shockingly, hedging earnings far more valuable than any puts that I bought. Sounds like my kind of night. I don't know. Starving to death on psychedelic mushrooms sounds horrific. Have you heard about the time that the Moors conquered Sicily? Yes. It wasn't just the Moors. There were several invasions of Sicily over the years. Salem was similar with ergot poisoning. Nothing like that raw LSD. The pasta wars. Yeah. I sold some bear call spreads on open for SPX. Set stops to get these profits. This is seriously great. It's cool, yeah. Don't get overexcited. Here's what happens with spreads that I can probably warn you guys about, and it won't do any good. Everybody starts by selling a couple, and they're like, "Oh my god, this is just free money," and then they're like, "You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sell bear call spreads $50 out of the money, but I'm gonna sell 5,000 of them." And then the market has like a two standard deviation move. Three Sigma event survivor here. Are bear call spreads the gateway option? They will quickly teach you lessons about leverage that you may not learn other places. Don't forget about selling spreads, then taking the money from those spreads and buying more spreads. I mean, the smart thing to do there is selling spreads and then taking the credit and using it to hedge those spreads until they expire. But yeah, some people do that. Nothing like leveraging your already over leveraged position even more. Believe it or not, Plex, you can just stay short something forever. Freg's Day. Oh god. Yeah. Freg's Day. Ask Carl Icahn. Box spreads, it literally can't go tits up. I mean, it really can though, Dork. It can go very, very tits up. Do you think iron condors are better to sell because you can adjust the winning leg? Um, the profitability is lower. I mean, ideally with an iron condor, both spreads expire out of the money, right? What if you're poor and can't afford the borrow fee? I mean, I haven't directly shorted NVIDIA. I'm not insane. But I mean, you can hedge, right? You can be like 60-40, and then, if your call side hedge prints super fucking hard, that offsets the losses from your short side. If people are interested in iron condors, refer them to Cock Magic. Wasn't that a butterfly? Yeah, you can over leverage iron condors just as easily as you can over leverage anything else. Although his case is moderately extreme, right? He did do condors. Yeah, he got them from me. So what you're saying is you owe Cock Magic a house? If the goal is for options to expire out of the money, when it sounds like something I should look into, mine always do that. Maybe, yeah. I mean, everyone would already. I don't know why spreads are like new information. I've been telling people to read options as a strategic investment for fucking 2 years now. Q constitute over leveraged? Yeah, more money than your max loss is more money than you can pay back. Netflix juicy for some puts here. I'm probably gonna sell some like bear call spreads against it and then use the credit to buy some puts. Options is a strategic what? I've never heard you mention it once. God damn it. I don't pay to read. I pay you to lead. Also, I don't pay. All right. That sounds about right. I'm new here. What books are you suggesting? I just finished The Cat in the Hat. You should probably move to One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish. That's going to teach you some really important counting skills. Spreads seem like the thing I put on my toast. Okay. Yeah, you need margin for spreads. Well, for some spreads. Credit spreads. The book is great to learn trading strategies and how to manage them. You complement it well by applying them in the real world. Thanks, Slot Machine. What's the bull case of the market? Bulls still have money to spend? I really don't see a valid one in the near term. I think there's a longer term bull case. We get inflation under control and unemployment up a little bit, and the economy pulls back for a few quarters, and then we can actually have like a uh, sustainable price improvement over a longer period of time. This whole 8 stocks floating all the indexes isn't gonna. It's not sustainable because if any of them have any bad news ever, it's gonna drag everything down. Express looks ridiculously flat on my chart. HFT, I mean, yeah, it's very cheap. So there's a lot of high frequency trading going on. Yes, downside continuation and to the end of day, possibly. I mean, it's fallen to the 4220 level. I don't see a reason it couldn't fall lower. Maybe not end of day, but maybe over the next like hour or two. Is that breaking down? I don't even know what the fuck that's doing. Hold on. Yeah, I mean everything looks like it's getting progressively more bearish, just slowly. Call profitability is starting to diminish a little bit. Still slightly up though, which means we're just above. Yeah. I mean, if the gap actually fills to the downside, then you know call profitability carried over from Friday is going to start to fall off, and that might cause some capitulation. Still very far from gamma neutral. Gamma neutral's like down at like 4201, so I'd watch out for that. Although, what's the upper range? 4219.40. And we didn't fill that either. Yeah, we failed to fill the upside gap today, which is actually kind of interesting. Or did we? We filled it. Oh, we filled it this morning. Okay, so the August gap is closed. Oh, no, I deleted the wrong thing. Yeah, that's the rest of it. Yeah, so the August gap closed this morning, which was, yeah, I mean, it's not the last upside gap, but it's the last one anywhere near the money right now. I think there's another one further up. Give me a second. Is there? No. That was the last upside gap on the daily. Interesting. How much margin do people need for spreads? It depends on how wide the spread is. So you need enough margin to cover the width of the spread. So, you know, if you're, you know, if you have a $1 spread or a $5 spread, you know, you need like $100 or $500 of margin. I just want SPX to drop $450 in a single day. Is that too much to ask? No. It's happened before, right? Pretty rare, but it's happened. One more DM. You forgot Roanoke. Where's Roanoke? You need like a... Well, it's fine. What is that a picture of? Is this like AI generated? Are there two small gaps on the hourly around 4260, 4280? Maybe, but those don't seem as pertinent. There's one at 4266 on the hourly and 30, well, that one's like less than $1, but 4302 and 266 to 279. What the fuck? Oh. Hmm. I wonder if I could buy these for $3. 290. Bounce here. Test 4215. Call interest really isn't falling off though. So if we don't break down below gamma neutral by the middle of the day, we're probably gonna bounce super fucking hard into the end of the day. Why is everything breaking down? I thought debt ceiling resolved equals bull run. Priced in. So Gerg, what if I did like a weekly bear call spread on Nvidia at 450? Safe? I mean, you're pretty far out of the money. It's not safe, but it's safer. I don't know what gamma max is on Nvidia, so I wouldn't feel very comfortable selling bear call spreads on it right now. Gamma neutral's at like 4201. What do you think of GME CCs expiring this week? In the money or out of the money? Out of the money? And probably not too dangerous. I don't want to be above like 24, but there's a lot of negative gamma at 25. It's without any volume, it's going to be pretty hard for us to cross that level. About 10 DTE upstart gamma max bear call spread. Okay. What about it? And no options position is safe. There's just varying degrees of risk. If you're asking me, can you get blown out? You could. Is it likely? No. If there will be a sell the news event this week, will that be on June 1st or 5th? Well, Yellen extended the X date to the 5th, right? I don't even think we get a congressional vote till tomorrow. So I think the vote going through, well, first of all, the bill hitting the floor after the committee review period and the vote going through um could both be the like sell the news event, right? If that's how it's gonna play out versus, selling the actual like treasury dump, which is the inevitable follow-up to the bill passing. Yeah, I mean, prices above Gamma Max are hard to sustain. Be careful on CCs. GameStop is right where it was August 2022 and November 2021. What, you mean like price-wise? No, it's not. GameStop is nothing like it was in November of 2021 or August of 2022. I wouldn't sell them into like ETF FTDs like the beginning of June, but this week there's very few. The only ETF FTDs this week on GameStop are, I think, Thursday and Friday. People just make shit up. Is that how GameStop analysis works? Yeah, 6-1, which is tomorrow, has 500,000 ETF FTDs. Or no, Thursday. Thursday has 500,000. Sorry. Thursday is 500,000 ETF FTDs. Maybe 800,000 because of the holiday? Or is that wrong? I have to ask Carl. He has 2 dates listed here. Oh, because of Memorial Day. So 800,000 ETF FTDs on Thursday? That's not very many. Cycle-wise, we had those large intraday runs on Thursday and Friday. Yeah, not the same time period. Need GME to hit like 18 today, thanks. Probably not. Well, I mean, not unless the market dumps. How long would the treasury dump take place after? I mean, like they need to do a hundred to like 200 billion right away. And then, they need to do a trillion probably over like the next month. Another trillion. Someone exercised my cover calls 2 days before expiry last week. What say? You had in the money covered calls going into expiration. That's not unusual. What do you think are the odds of M&A, merger and acquisition, at next earnings? What? What are they going to merge or acquire with? Chance of a 3% dump by end of week on SPX. It's possible. Could be bigger. We don't know what's going to happen with the political shit, right? I can fuck around with the holiday accounting tonight. I mean, I think I get it for Memorial Day. Or just create a pile up. Jimmy will buy BBYQ to start Jimmy America. How long have you been here, dude? Yeah, no. Do you think NVIDIA will see 250 again? Yeah, I think that's possible. When you have an option that's about 1% in the money, how do you get out of it? The spread is pretty bad. Options 1% in the money. You sold it? Or you bought it? I feel like if the Fed goes through with the June rate hike and hints at more rate hikes after for the future at the FOMC, this might be the last irrational pump for a longer while. Do you agree? Yeah, yeah. I don't think. I mean, I don't think the Fed's decision is gonna have nearly as much impact as the Treasury massively pumping yields, but it will exacerbate the impact of the Treasury, and I don't think that the Fed has any choice but to continue raising rates at this point, especially after PCE came in, 6 points year over year higher than their March expectations, right? So inflation's, I mean, on the consumer pricing side is already starting to run away. And if you guys remember last year, that inflation can get very volatile very quick. First we had the confirmation that core was being persistent. Now we have the confirmation that not only is core inflation being persistent and entrenching, but we also have consumer price indexes rising, and rising year over year, which is really, really bad, right? I mean, the slow accumulation month over month was easier to ignore. Housing is rebounding, which is gnarly. It is. I mean, on the short term, it is right, but it's down year over year. That's also seasonal, though, Dork. Right? I'm not sure that I'm not sure that index weights like the seasonality or not of the housing market. I have 416 SPY calls that are in the money now at SPY 420. The bid ask spread is about 30 cents. Oh, I mean, you can just set like an order at mid, right? And see if you fill. Or you can sell at the bid, and take profit if you're just trying to close it. If the latter half of the year the Fed or the government officially confirm that the US is in a recession, will the SPX be priced down to like 32 to 3400 and drop there by October? Yeah, it could. Shut up and let Dork be excited. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we enter a recession sooner than October. I think we enter one sooner than the latter half of the year. I mean, the budget cuts alone, to like continued federal spending are going to create a lot of job losses and spike unemployment. You only need a 0.5% increase in unemployment to like officially confirm a recession. S&P global ratings. We're entering an EBITDA recession. Tesla dead? I fucking hope so. Speaking of which. Hmm. Those are expensive as shit. Are we getting closer to a sell-off here on SPX? Maybe. Like 15 more minutes? 11:30? We're already in a recession, Girk. I mean, we're not. GDP's positive, right? Barely. But yeah, I agree that it is becoming more and more subjective. But that's just because the government doesn't want to admit that we hit a recession. Not to mention the current debt ceiling bill also ends student loan moratorium 60 days after passing. Yep, I heard about that. That's really gonna lower the average consumer's ability to blow money. What's your take on JFresh's comment about the Treasury taking money from filling up the TGA and pumping it right back into the market? Speculation? That's that's not how that works. What is this a picture of? What have you sent me, JFresh? Is this a pickle and an alien? I know GDP was negative for 2 quarters, but no official recession was declared, right? Did you see that the debt ceiling deal takes out a lot of green energy subsidies? FSLR? I mean, I'm not any less short FSLR than I was last week. Probably end phase too, although a little harder to damage and riskier to short. Is it rational to sell and sit right now? It could be. I'm not a big fan of sitting on big piles of cash, although I'm currently sitting on more cash than I usually am. I do plan on deploying it. Is either the pickle or alien depicted in a pretzel position? Oh, aliens at the first Thanksgiving. Never mind. I figured out. I've solved the mystery. I declare recession. No, that's not how that works. End phase is actually a riskier short, right? Not only do they have like better manufacturing potential. Ooh, it's moving early. Hold on. We're getting very close to gamma neutral. It's making me excited. The gap is filled. Cork green. Oh, yeah, here, I'll set a stop. It's all like not very green though. I think we can still chop around for like 20 more minutes. Well, 13 more minutes. That gap filled exactly to the penny. VIX isn't slowing down much here. Hold on, let me see what ES is doing, because I want to get fucked over by futures buyers. Oh, yeah. Actually, this is some nice downside volume on ES. Saw's got a little juice. VIX is getting moderately excited. They're gonna try to stop me out of my puts, right? That's the only thing that makes sense here. You can't have my lucky puts. I actually bought 32 puts instead of 2. Then SPX dropped instantly. Woo, lucky. Well done. Do you have a new downside target for BTU now that we've slipped the 1860 area? Yeah, one sec. The next resistance to the downside is at, well, there's some at 1750. There's more at 1390. Those are the next big ones. They're kind of old, so I mean, obviously things could change, but gap fill then 4300. I mean, I don't know. There's a chance here that we break below gamma neutral, right? And if we break below gamma neutral, things get very, very bearish, like 41, 4190, 4180. So maybe we're looking at like ES back to 42, like 4,200, 41.95. And be careful with it, like set stops, but I think there's some room to follow this down. It looks like, I mean, it started to break down earlier than expected, so I think it still can break down for like 9 more minutes or so. The Goric AI, yeah, no one cares. You saw the AI Chad memes, but AI is really the virgin. All right, we're right at the test of gamma neutral here. 4201.36. So here, let me move this right there. So I think it either bounces here or we continue to break down. Put interest at 41.85 and 41.80 has exploded. Probably sold. I don't think so. And the volume's increasing on the strike on our way down. Maybe. I would say some of them are definitely bought. The IV on the strike is going up, so. And VIX is, yeah, VIX is climbing. Morning, Greg. Go visit the artificial intelligence subreddit. Those guys are worshiping Chat GPT as the god's god. Ew. Have you ever hidden your light under a bushel? Because the shadow banning seems to be hiding your light for you. Which shadow banning? My YouTube shadow banning? Is there a volatility index for NASDAQ? Yeah, there is. Well, for the NASDAQ 100, there is. VXN? Yeah, VXN. That's correct, Dork. Nice. How long will it take the majority of AI fanboys to realize AI will take their jobs? It better not turn into Tesla fanboys. It might already be there. I'd prefer no. This is not a cult, Edwin. That other guy tried to claim it on his taxes, and it turns out he actually just owes the IRS money. So yeah, not a cult. If we drop below fast gamma, where's our next support? Well, fast gamma is down at like 150 something. So we're nowhere near there. I don't think that's a concern right now. Let's see, this is where it gets tricky. Don't stop me out, you bitch. I really don't want to get stopped out here. So close to 11:30. All right, yes, it's starting to get rejected on the retest of, well, 42.15. Still choppy. It's gonna retest 42.20 there, right? This is risky. All right. If we fail the test on the downside, bounce hard still. Wait, what? Is your phone on the desk? Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. So I think this is where we break down and try to push for, well, either we this will be the deciding moment probably for the rest of the day. Either we break down here and we push down to we push down for like a breakdown of gamma neutral, or we break up and then, you know, the put positioning sells off and probably gives up for the day. So it's really risky, but it could be extremely profitable if I'm right. They got me, Gurk. Yeah, that's fair. It's pretty hard to stay in at this point. $42.10. So did futures get the test of 42.20? Almost. There's still a little room there, though. All right. Yes, rejecting a little. Volume's still pretty low, though. I mean, if this breaks down without testing 42.20, that's really bearish. And that could mean a push below gamma neutral. A test of 42.20 would probably break down, but it'd probably not below gamma neutral. Yeah, at this point, who cares? Okay, so that's the 4220 test. Oof, fuck. Nope. Fixed to 1750. Hold on 1 second. Okay. It's 10%. Okay, VIX is at 1750 now. Are you betting on breaking up or down? I'm thinking the test fails. But if too many puts capitulate, yeah, it may not. Fuck. Yeah. Your put capitulated. I know. All that work to get us 2 gamma max, or gamma neutral rather, and then they fucking just sell off. It's so stupid. Bear is skittish? Yeah. Bulls are too. That's why we broke down this morning, but should I play the long side here? Probably. Hmm. Okay. Are they covering on Upstart today? Mm, no. Yeah, nope. There's no maybe on maybe IWR is seeing some covering, but not on the underlying or bots. Quick express question. Do you think they'll get a delisting notice soon? Or what might be the issue with that? I think they already have a delisting notice. I mean, they'll have to probably reverse split the stock. Unless they're, well, I don't even think they have until their next earnings. I mean, a retest of like 41.20. Do you think now is a good entry for Tesla puts? Um, I don't think it's a bad entry for them. It's obviously earlier today was better before it started to break down, but I would wait um at least a little bit on this like potential rebound here. Like indexes might move up a little bit. Too much capitulation on the downside, so that's gonna relieve some of that downside pressure. And this bounce is probably gonna continue because there's still a lot of calls on the chain. So our failure to break down sufficiently here and here was kind of a big deal. Also, calls are cheaper now than they were earlier. What the fuck? What happened to my order? Oh. I noticed the AMC crowd has gotten really quiet since Bobby snapped out of existence. That's funny. Is Jamie gonna say AI during earnings, or they wait till the fad dies out and then get in like the NFT marketplace? Oh Jesus, probably. Express notice received on 3/28. Deadline for compliance is 6 months from that date, so end of September. Well, hopefully they post some improvements in their earnings between now and then. So big bounce towards end of day, like you thought earlier. I don't know how big of a bounce we're gonna get here, but somewhat of a bounce. Like I think 42.20, 42.25's possible. We're starting to get a little bit of consolidation here. Things still look mostly bearish, but yeah, I think, well, like 42, yeah, almost 42.25 is possible. And Palantir has like an event this week, tomorrow, I think, or the day after tomorrow, Thursday. They're having like an AI event. So I'm gonna wait till we get close to it, and then I'm gonna sell a bunch of volatility on it. Jamie is not bullish. Super bull. Jamie is just up with the market. You did this last time too, and you were extremely wrong. Palantir Conference seems like a great opportunity to your super secret buy right strategy. Ew. I mean, you could, but you'd be selling calls in the money, so you're not taking advantage of the implied volatility by doing that, right? Good entry for 4220 Cs. It's okay. It's too choppy to get a good entry on them, honestly. Okay, so that's starting to move up, and then ES still consolidating. Okay, stopped out everything today with small profit, except my 10 DTE 4100s. Averaging that down, or just wait to see what the overnight brings? Um, 4100 10 DTE. Um, I don't know how much can you average it down. I think it depends on how underwater you are. In and out for $2 win. Nice. Is there an Apple event this week? More AI pumps? Rumor they're doing their own VR headset. That's been a rumor for like 2 years. Maybe I'll sell $1 covered calls. I mean, but they have no extrinsic value. So the IV on the other side of the smile is irrelevant, right? Because it's not priced into the premium of the option. When the video will start to deflate, do you see big $30-$40 down days or a grind down? I think massive down days, then a grind. Uh, it has a lot of room to the downside, but I think it's still got some room to the upside, or at least over the next few days. Would you say this is a good entry for upstart puts? It's not bad. Uh, you want theta, and you want to be careful with the IV because if upstart starts going down again, the IV is going to crush. So you don't want to be out of the money for too long. Not a rumor anymore. They're announcing their VR headset. Gross. Well, I mean, they need other revenue streams. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to meet their growth expectations. Apple doing what others did 2 years ago again, but Apple, right? Oh, this is fucking boring. I kind of hate that this can go either way. Apple's going to announce their VR headset and NFT wallet partnership with GME. No, they're not. I had some 915 400Ps on SPY. No way the indices can stay hot for that long, right? Right? I mean, you have a ton of theta. You don't even need a drop to 400 for those to print, right? The market could just move down $5 and you'll make money. What Apple needs to do is augmented reality glasses to add features as you look at your old iPhone in your hand that you're not replacing because you're broke. Say that after I tighten my stop and let my puts go. I mean, it is what it is. It's the current price like is going to be mostly influenced by what happens on futures. There's not a ton of calls here, but there's not a lot of puts either. Most of both are out of the money, and we're consolidating sideways, so a break up and down are both equally likely. I think it breaks up just because there's slightly more call interest than there is put interest. But it's also like volumes grinding down because we're approaching the midday. Oh, that does generally benefit the bull side. That would mean that Apple would make their old phones better, which is the opposite of what they do. True. When AMC reverse splits, is it a decent idea to buy at the money put leaps on it? It seems like free money. Could be. I mean, it depends on how quickly the options chain opens up. Uh, like post split. Sometimes it takes like a couple days before the new options chain opens up, and the price has already fallen by then. Considering Jimmy pulled all their Apple refurbs from their website, they seem to have no plan to bring them back. I doubt anything is happening with Apple and Jimmy in the near future. I don't think, Apple and Jimmy refurbs have anything to do with each other. The Apple VR headset will stick to your head with magnets and be really easy to fall off and break, so you need to buy a new one all the time unless you pay for premium coverage. Sounds about right. A whole of tech tube is bullish on Nvidia after yesterday's Linus video. Okay. About like the Nvidia CPU. Isn't that just like a prototype? And Nvidia paying influencers to pump their shit is nothing new. They've been doing that forever. Remember back with like what was it, the RTX 10 series? When all the fake like benchmarks were coming out. Are you a Raid Shadow a Legends? Aren't you a Raid Shadow a Legends paid shill? No. Unfortunately not. I've not been contacted by Raid Shadow Legends. I just wanted to say thank you for helping people learn market mechanics and options. Thanks to you, I've transformed from holding bags to earning a nice supplemental income on my position. Nice, dude. Congratulations. That's awesome. The hell did I just buy? Why is Vix looking spicy? Hmm. Hmm. Holy fuck, this is boring. Just an unpaid shill. Yeah. Pickle Financial is uh which thing I would break for God's sakes? Chop, 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 chop. I hate the middle of the day. Can we talk about the concept of flatness? Looking at the chart through my biased lens, I think we break down, not up. Am I about to join ranks with the other did the opposite of what Greg said and lost gang? I don't disagree that we could break down. It's still possible, but I think the longer this drags on, the higher the likelihood that we break up. You mean midday grind at 42.10 doesn't get you going? Not particularly. Not sure how big of a deal, but a bunch of news coming about various Republicans against the debt deal publicly. Hmm. Curious. Well, that's kind of bearish. Hmm. Is it just like a stop loss hunt? Or is VIX gonna move back up to 18? That's kind of interesting. I don't know what the fuck that means. Okay, retest 4204. Hmm. So NQ broke down, but higher low, right? Test 4115. All right. What are the odds of a market crash this year? Like, strictly in your professional opinion, or at least a drawback to maybe 3,800? I think a drawback to 3,800 is very likely. I think market crashes are always just a black swan event, and so the odds of them would be very, very small. Maybe greater than other years, but still small. House Freedom Caucus is doing a press conference against the proposed bill right now. Okay. They're kind of the thing standing in the way of it passing, right? Girk, I bought a BTU share. When is it going to squeeze and be worth 35 million a share? Literally never. Why do you think a drop to 3,800 is so likely? Because that's closer to a fairer valuation of the market over the next 6 months. Still high, but much closer to a fairer valuation. I think the macroeconomic environment is getting worse, not better. Yeah, and McCarthy needs their votes to maintain leadership. Yeah, yeah, he's not super popular. The Republican, I mean, there are issues with getting this passed. Like the issue was never like McCarthy and Biden coming to a deal. The issue was always with Congress being fractured and very divided on both sides of the fence. I think generally speaking, most Democrats are going to vote to pass it, with maybe a few standouts. But on the Republican side, it's much harder to determine. I mean, first of all, they didn't negotiate, many of the things the Republicans wanted. And then some of them are going to be, well, they're going to continue the brinkmanship just for the sake of it, right? Because that's what, like, just the act of opposition is what appeals to the base. The true is that's true on both sides, like both extremes of each party. But that makes it hard to get a consensus, right? Politicians gonna politic, yeah. How low do you see BTU going? Do you have DD written on BTU, right? Yeah, I do. Do you think the market would be higher if not for your intimidating, rugged handsomeness? I'm not really sure how big of a factor that is, Baradactyl, but I like that you think it is. I full ported into BBBYQ. How long till my wife leaves me? She hasn't already? The Congress lady that took the phone away from her teenage son, calling 911 on her abusive husband, is talking at the press conference. Okay. I don't know who that is. I believe the term is optics. I hate our government. it's still consolidating and downwards, right? So future's still a lot of support at 42.15. Or at least it keeps finding support there. And we're still above gamma neutral. Are you proud of Pickle Jar discussing more about SPX instead of asking Win Moon for GME since Jan 21? I mean, there's still people that do that. Could you speak on the Discord chatter about DDS? If it's a Pickles pick, I'd join as I have some shares. It's not. You don't need to join. There is no DDS DD. Fuck you, JFresh. Complex and still evolving. Oh, everyone's a fucking troll. Win Moon for SPX? I don't know, it's kind of just sitting here, right? Open an IRA for taxes because I was backed into a corner using School of Stack. I safely wheel options and make 1.5% a week since Feb. Too easy. Thank you. No problem, things and stuff. Congratulations, man. I full ported into DDS, and honestly, I have no idea what they do. I don't know. I don't even own any DDS right now. I don't know why everyone's transfixed on DDS. Do you mean to tell me that 36-year-old grandmother Bobert, who married the gentleman who exposed himself in front of mirrors at a bowling alley, came to find out he's abusive too? I'm shocked. I don't want to kink shame anyone. I really don't know who this person is. Is there a lotto play for puts with the House caucus speaking against the bill? Could be a bit spicy. Any VIX move on it? There's a little bit of a VIX move here. VIX is going to have to move probably a lot harder. To push us below gamma neutral, but it is moving. We're at like the worst possible price right now. Like we're outside of the call interest and we're outside of the put interest at resistance. Mostly supported by call interest at 4,200 and 4,210, which is preventing us from sliding below gamma neutral to where the juicy put interest is, which is down at 4185. Chat's talking DDS options, yet the chain is gone. Yeah, the chain closed on the 19th. There's been no DDS options since the 19th. It's just stock. BTU load zone. I'm pretty happy buying it under 1850. I have CSPs out. Did you know that DDS-DD is a palindrome? I finally read the whole DDS thesis. You're a genius, bro. I never thought about a run on gold and silver because no one will be able to afford epoxy caps at their DDS. JK, love you, brother. Happy Dilliversary. Thank you so much, Celtic Mako. You're just encouraging them. I mean, DDS isn't a joke, but I don't want to buy it right now. Woo, 2-year club. Fuck yeah, Alan. Love the new badge. Good work. Yeah, I don't think there's a badge beyond 18 months or whatever. Maybe there is. I should probably update it. DDS-DD, and it's mind-blowing. No wonder you keep it hidden. Thanks, Greg. We started collecting data on market fauna exposure, which led us eventually straight to DDS. The closing of DDS options chain is not a coincidence. The composition of men is running the god algo. Oh, fucking Christ. Gork, Vupstart to 33 this week. No, I don't think so. Whose options did I buy? I don't, not DDS. I'll throw you a couple grand for even a paragraph of secret DDS DD, whether it exists or not. It's DDS is here's the most bullish thing about DDS. It's at its low resistance. That's it. I've been following you for 5 years. When's the 60-month badge? Yeah, but you keep canceling. May as well add up to 10-year badges. I don't think YouTube has any beyond like I mean most internet people are like it's like a like the flame burns bright, right? But it doesn't last. So like YouTube is built in the expectation that this will all die eventually. I've been a member since 2006. Hope everyone had a good long weekend. Good morning, ending. I was sold when the DD on DDS used the phrase Dillard's elevating clothing with precision and style, just like NVIDIA powers AI innovation. Oh, Jesus Christ. Doesn't Dillard's just sell like flannel shirts to people in like Montana? I'm not saying it's a bad business. You always need flannel shirts in Montana. But the market for lumberjacks is slim. There's no DDS news. Greg, I'm down $1 on my Boyle play. What, do? Don't worry, you'll probably be down more soon. So if they veto it, will they have enough time to renegotiate before Mama Yellen's coin purse runs out? That's a good question. Maybe not. Actually, true statement about Montana, regardless of the job. Oh, okay. I always imagined Dillard's was in Florida selling cruisewear. They're like the upscale retailer for the Midwest, right? So, I mean, think about that. So you have apparel. Is Lululemon asking for a short? Why? Because they tell their employees not to chase shoplifters? That's pretty standard. Or just because people on Twitter don't do any research. Gork, I'm down 225 on my Boyle play. What, do? It sounds. Is it time to average down? Test. The fuck you on about, Mr. Gold? I hope there aren't any videos of young me doing ballet. But I don't think there are. Dork, win test 4225 so I can close these fucking puts. Or calls. What do I have? I have calls. I'm just fucking with you. I'm playing the commodity super cycle, but commodities aren't in a super cycle yet. The Nordstroms of the Midwest, RC incoming. I mean, there's not enough shares of it available for anyone to buy them out. But with property values fit to crash, Dillard's could easily expand to Idaho, Wyoming, Eastern Washington, and even Canada, eh? True. I guess if you look at the world as a whole, there's more Midwest than anything else. As a Montanan, I can say I do need a new flannel, but I would not go to Dillard's. Where would you go? Are you not getting organic cotton flannel? You're gonna buy that low grade flannel and it's gonna shrink in your dryer. About 5 seconds before close. Why is every third message about DDS? Because you guys keep spreading rumors that there's some secret DDS DD, which there isn't. I worked in TJ Maxx. They had one rotational camera security guy around 15 stores. So only live camera security once every 2 weeks. And policy was not to report or interact with theft. Sounds about right. It's priced in, right? Young Dillard. Serious question. How do I DRS my Gen 35 DDS calls? We finna squeeze the shorts. There are no DDS options. People from Montana make their own flannel from scratch. Isn't Carhartt like turning into shit though? Because they got bought out by someone? The the fashion super cycle strikes again. I don't care if you leak it, Wolf of Walgreens. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't actually know where Dillard's stores are located. I know they do pretty well online. Patagonia is the choice of high quality flannel for the frat guys, the gay bears, and the snobby lumberjacks. Oh, okay. Is shoplifting the new side gig trend? Depends where you live. I was in Whole Foods the other day, and the guy next to me was just like stuffing meat, like at the butcher's. The guy was just like stuffing meat into a duffel bag. It didn't seem like anyone really cared. I've been here a lot longer than 10 months. I know you have, little orphan Danny. I just wanted to simp and say thanks for the stream and every day. I've learned so much about trading and strategy these last 84 years. Changed my future for the better. Thanks, man. I'm glad to hear that. And it only took you 84 years to learn, too, which is really quick. Those rumors are unsubstantiated, unlike rumors from credible sources about the discussions for Berkshire Hathaway to buy Fubo at $42 a share, which came from sources close to the matter. Quite a few in the South, mostly in malls. Okay. I've never seen one in real life. Bounce here? I don't know, why not? Uh, hmm. Call interest. Hmm. I suppose. Call profitability is not really falling off a lot. Oh, looks. There's like a descending wedge here, but it's really fucky. Right? I guess it's more like right there. Mm, interesting. Call interest is picking up a little again. I feel like even if bad news comes out, like they're not gonna leave all these calls just out of the fucking money, right? Some 4,200 puts just sold off again. I swear this all started because DDS ripped one day and someone asked about it, and then you had an overreaction about how you've not talked about it even a little. I don't think it ripped any day. It's been trading roughly at the same price for like a couple weeks. It's a low price. But I made it very clear that there was no DDSDD. And I don't know what the fuck people are talking about. Have you seen a NVIDIA AI chip in real life? I'll wait. I don't know. I've seen Jensen pull shit out of an oven before. Patagonia is a pretty cool company. Their former CEO is nuts, but they treat their workers good. Well, that's nice. They're located in malls, and malls are dead. Well, they keep beating on earnings, so. House Freedom Caucus livid over debt limit deal punch bowl. Okay. Looks like a veto. Well, I mean, they don't have veto powers, but are you saying you don't think it's going to go to a vote? Or it's just not going to pass the vote? Greek has one less child than Genghis Khan had in his lifetime. VIX is in a steady uptrend all day. Spicy. It's kind of nice, yeah. The Bulls are definitely like losing ground here. This is not good for them over time, but there's still an opportunity for them to bail out the rest of their call interest today. And I don't think they're going to go quietly into the night. It seems like the Bulls' MO is to leave calls out of the money, pump into it on bad news to recover them, and then decide to hold it there in anticipation of the next news. Is this black magic? No, but it's a great way of negating the price discovery of negative news. Just a quick question regarding NVIDIA. Is the T plus 2 obligation completed on NVIDIA? Yeah, today would have been T plus 2. If so, would that explain the recent $10 or so drop in NVIDIA? I mean, once the obligations are cleared out, then there's no reason to keep it propped up any longer. Although there could still be carryover from like T5 on the ETF side, T3 and T5. So, I mean, it's moving back closer to spot. Well, what spot was before or after earnings. So, yeah, I would expect that like we might see it fall back to like 390 or 380 over the next couple days. Holding these feels dumb. I should have just kept the puts open and then also bought calls. Interesting. Double bottom on ES. Upstart looking bullish in the short term? No, I don't think so. Tesla dropping. Meta. Meta's up 1%. Nvidia up 3. Netflix up 3. QQQ up 50 BPS. Okay. Ooh. Is there news? That was interesting. Put interest is skyrocketing again at 41.85. And the money, or out of the money calls aren't really selling off a lot. Though. A little bit. Like the 42.45 sold off a little. But 42.40s are still there. 4200s are still high. So are 42.10. Though I will say that the range for the breakout up here is kind of collapsing. So before it looked like 42.25. Now it kind of looks like maybe 42.20. Maybe not even 42.20. Well, I guess more calls could come in, but Chip Roy, representative Texas. Dude's name's Chip? Not one Republican should vote for the debt ceiling agreement. Okay.
Debt ceiling decision on hold until vegetable themed YouTuber releases much awaited due diligence on DDS. Thanks, Stoxalena. Noted. So if I never release DD on DDS, US default? Yo, Gork, you just bought calls. Why? Well, I'm either stupid or this is gonna bounce. I think both are possible. Blame Gurk for US default. What is likely to catalyze a bounce here for BTU? There still seems to be considerable momentum to the downside. Yeah, there is. I never said BTU was bouncing yet. There is considerable momentum to the downside. Long-term investors are bailing because of the move to dividends and a slowdown in growth. And coal prices are dumping because China's not recovering at a rate that people expected. Credit downgrades seem like default, though, right? Like, I mean, the outcome of both of those is very, very bad. If the US actually defaults, will JPM buy the Fed? One could only hope. I hate descending wedges. I'm more curious if you think the calls you've bought would make it more likely to get out at break even, or if you think they could get in the money. Probably both, but still. I think the 4220s, like, I don't know, I've averaged them down quite a bit, so I think not necessarily in the money for the 4220s, but profitable. The 4215s I expect could go in the money still. Oh, come on. Why does it fucking do that every time? If we downgrade our credit, we can use those subprime loans again. True. I mean, even if our credit was downgraded, it'd still be the best credit. How is a descending wedge different than a falling rhombus? Oh man. Freedom Caucus Chairman Perry, I am focused on defeating the debt limit deal. Okay. Big downs if 4200 calls capitulate. If they were to, then yeah, that's absolutely possible. Not a lot of put profit taking here either. Not nearly as much as the last test. So the bears are becoming a little bit more emboldened. Would you say SPX 4000 June 10 is nummy? No, that sounds awful. Is there even like good liquidity on that date? Maybe at 4,000. Non-veg. Shouldn't the credit rating be lower based on pure stupidity alone? I mean, the credit rating's not entirely dependent on the debt limit deal. Don't forget that, our debt to GDP has been, skyrocketing for the last like 5 years. And it's only going to get worse upon approval of a debt limit or a new debt limit. Well, I've either way over leveraged into calls and made a terrible decision and should have just kept my puts, or I've made a great decision and I'm going to make a bunch of money. NASDAQ's not down. Fubo's a tech company, believe it or not. Although I would imagine most of Fubo's returns were this morning. Although I'll admit I haven't looked because, it's not under $1.50. Yeah. So most of the bullish price action on Nasdaq happened into this morning's open. Yeah, we're actually down from this morning. But I mean, Fubo's been pretty consistently falling. It takes time. None of these are just going to go straight down. They'll have, relief rallies. They're all illiquid, so they all track with the indexes. Fubo's doing a little better on the liquidity front than something like Upstart. Upstart actually continued to post returns throughout the middle of the day instead of just the morning rally. But Upstart also has an obscene amount of call interest at like $25. So driving that in the money helps it. But, it can also be driven right back out of the money. But all of them are becoming like they've all like peaked in liquidity and they're all being shorted to some degree. GME is the one being shorted the least, and that's just because there's like not a lot left to short it with unless they start raising the borrow rate, which they probably have no interest in doing until there's like an actual downturn in the indexes. But I expect when the indexes do turn down, they'll short GME. It's advantageous, right? It's just not advantageous right now. And once you start bumping the borrow rate on GME, people start buying calls. We'll see. I still need it to go, I think, above 42.10 to be profitable. It is starting to break up, though. It's just really fucking slow. Although I know the answer to the question is no. Have you, maybe, in the name of all that is holy and pure, made any progress towards School of Stock videos? You know, I have like two that are like mostly done, and then I just never finish them. My puts have turned back red. My calls are green again. So yeah, it makes sense. It got tense there for a minute. I really had to. I really had to. You had to have balls of steel to hold through the downs, Yaga. Or the ups in your case. Wait, did you just take profit, or are you just hanging on to them? My name is Young Dilly, and I'm here to spit. Old Daddy JPOW and Yellen just don't want to quit. They pump and pump so SPX won't dump, but the debt ceiling is proving to be a road bump. Shout out to DDS. Oh god. Don't tell SS when I upgraded my options level, my GME shares went to margin. Hanging on, they've got theta. Oh, okay. I don't have any theta. Well, not on these. Oh, come on, you fucking bitch. Don't reject here. Did anybody buy calls on the bounce? Oh, okay, yeah. Some calls came in. 40 20 25. A few at 40 15. 40 10 picked up. 42 10 picked up. Puts aren't closing yet though. We probably have to cross 42 10 for the puts to close again. This is about the level we were at last time when they capitulated a little bit. It just gets like the longer we stay above gamma neutral though, the more bullish it gets into the end of the day, right? Because now calls are getting really cheap, even like near the money. Why SPX go up after you buy call? You know what it is? I just buy so many of them that it drives the market up. That's the secret. I'm really just a secret billionaire. I read on Supersonic that they're all migrating to DDS since it's gonna squeeze soon. 100x at least for sure. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's got more shares DRS than GME does. If you have billions, then you definitely beat my P&L. Did I? I don't have billions of dollars. If I had billions of dollars, I would not be hanging out here all day. Actually, you definitely pulled ahead. Straddles were very good last week. My wife is on LOA? What the fuck is LOA? Leave of absence? Why? Are you having a baby colonel? Colonel trader? She wanted to not work for a bit. Divorce. How's she gonna fund your trading account? This actually sounds pretty serious. Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, when zero DTE puts start to capitulate. There's a few. It's so hard to be intraday bullish, long-term bearish. I just want more puts. Like, I hate buying calls. It feels dirty. We can survive on one income just fine. Oh, okay. She wanted to try being a housewife, and to be honest, super okay with the arrangement. Fair enough. What about the goats? I want to take a break from working behind the dumpster at Wendy's, but these bad trades aren't going to pay for themselves. Fair. More time with the boyfriend. How generous of you. He's a giving soul, popcorn trader. Should we start doing the over-under on how long till popcorn trader's wife is impregnated with a colonel? I say 6 months. 6 months till popcorn babies. Who's gonna fund their brokerage accounts? Oh no. Sean Daniels, welcome back to Dillionaire. It's been a while. Where have you been, buddy? It's good to see you. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to reconnect your account. You ever miss the old days of Pickle Jar? Sometimes, but then I remember that we just watched GME all day for a year and a half. And then I get depressed. But you were in the Pores Discord. That place is filthy. I haven't moderated it at all in months. It's only gotten worse. Yo, listen up. Let me tell you a tale about JPL and Yellen, the ones who will prevail. They run the show, call it monetary might. With calls and puts, they keep the markets tight. Are you having Chat GPT write you raps about JPOW and Yellen? Or are these like fresh bars? There's another? I'll message you. Okay. After Laren got banned, it hasn't been the same. Yes, it has. Just less bitching. Cornishon's probably infested with bots. Maybe. Who's next on thin ice? I don't know. It's not like I carry a list around. Generally, you know, unless the moderators ban someone for some gross breach of the rules, I only ban people when I don't like them. And it's pretty rare. Like Walken. Like, I can't stand Walken. So I banned him. I didn't get rid of him, but I did ban him. At least until the market crashes. Oh, what the fuck? Is that profit taking? Raise a glass to the poorest of us. Tomorrow there'll be more of us. They'll tell the story of tonight. Nearly 2 years, I blinked, and time ran by every day from market open to market close. And Sundays, I think I'm addicted. Trading stocks is pretty fun, I gotta admit. You told me you hated me the other day. Does that not count? No. Well, I mean, sometimes I hate you. It really depends on my mood. How do we know you didn't put a hit out on him with your pickle funds? What? Who? On walk-in? That wouldn't be worth it. That's a terrible return on investment. Yes, I'm using Chat GPT. I'm hoping you make money on those calls so I can buy more puts. Is that so much to ask for? No, I actually hope the exact same thing. Is GME never going sub $20 again? It probably will. Or it just stays at 23 forever. No, Walken donates because he's been offed, Jason. But it's the perfect situation for me. I don't want to listen to him, but he pays me to listen to him, right? We've come to terms. Oh, I meant the Hitman thing? Oh, yeah. If Walken was of the persuasion to buy Pontiff, would you consider assassination then? I mean, none of you guys are going to let me go visit Walken alone, right? Bulls, bears, it's all an illusion. The composite man will have his day every day. Human greed, the market is a machine and it will churn. The inevitable is inevitable. You cannot escape it. You won't be alone. You'll have your glizzy. You know, Walken might shop at Dillard's. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like they're not selling enough puts to keep the market up. That was a pathetic bounce. Stop loss hunting? No. Hmm. Nvidia below $1 trillion market cap. JFresh's pants are saved. Yeah, but is it going to close below a trillion? Barkin is talking. Okay. So the XA being moved back. How does the Treasury plan to come up with funds for June 1st and 2nd? I believe that they're going to use one of their swap facilities. But I think that's the last of their like extraordinary measures. So if we go out that far, it gets real bad. Does it feel like today is the Bulls' last gasp, and then the Bears slaughter the baby Bulls? Kind of, yeah. Are you still long, bud? No, I got stopped out of that, I think. I'll probably buy back into it. But it was dropping. I got like stopped out at like barely any profit. I think it was like 50. I ended up making like 50 cents a share or something. I sold GME CCs at the money when it was below 19. It's not a bad recession play though. At the money when it was below 19, rolled out a month to avoid assignment. Is there anything I can do other than keep rolling out until I can close at break even? Thanks. Um, yeah, not really. You could try rolling up. Like you could roll them out of the money, but you'd have to spend some money to do that. At this point, JFresh should poop his pants, mint it as an NFT, and sell it to a super stonker on the GME marketplace. The gains will be sick. Is anybody still using that thing? Hey, how did your upside play turn out? It hasn't. I took a nap, and based on the chart, I feel like I won for now, at least. Maybe. That's a distinct possibility. Thanks for all you do for us. Thanks, Jamie Diamond Hands. I think VIX will test 18 again. Is it like just too close to not test it? So 2000 is, that's 1800. I don't want to take another $200 loss on that. So this is just consolidating into another descending, it's a descending wedge breakout into descending wedge. It's wedges all the way down. I don't want that. It's not ideal. Descending wedge SPX. One of them's bound to break up, right? At least this one's descending at a higher level. Thanks, Stefan. I appreciate it. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this, JFresh? In the realm where finance flows. Did, did you write a short story about the market? I'm not reading that. No, there's not another Discord. Are we British or something in here? Wedges are fries. The British call fries chips. So, no. Tell me how I'll get burnt if I open a large position on BTU right now. Oh, I could do that. Coal prices continue to fall. Alternatively, you could just be patient or spread your entry out over time instead of trying to rush into it. Did you watch the new Ape documentary? Fuck no. Why would I watch that crap? Earlier in the day, we talked about the market grinding down the whole day. That is exactly what is happening. I know. There is no secret DDS Discord. You think JFresh wrote a short story? No, I don't. I think he used ChatGPT. Do you think Upstart could still push to 30 before going back towards 20-ish? I don't think it's going to see 30. It's already falling, right? Like, the price is already collapsing after the morning pump. Hold on. I have to look at it. I don't know. If the market pushes up here again, maybe. Although, 30 still seems out of reach. What's Gamma Max on it today? I didn't look this morning. Mm, 3111? Probably not. Probably not 30. And the only upside potential it really has here, since there aren't a lot of calls at the money, I would say would be if SPX pushes higher. But SPX isn't probably going to push much higher than it was earlier today, so it doesn't look like phenomenal or anything. It's probably just another like good opportunity for puts. Has anybody else bought puts since the peak? They're insane. Like, I just add the money puts. ChatGPT tells me there is a secret Discord. AI wouldn't lie to me. Yes, it would. Are the poors aware of the Tootsie Roll DD? Now, okay. You shut your mouth, Seacraft. Puts on SPX or Upstart? I mean, same thing. They're cheaper on Upstart. Someone did say Tootsie Roll. This is a bull market. We're all buying calls. But I also have puts. Do paper trade puts count? I guess. You know, if you're in Canada, you don't get flagged for PDT. You guys don't have PDT, right? Tootsie Roll dividends are the backbone of our economy. No, they're not. I'll never give up on Tootsie Roll, unlike Doric. I mean, Tootsie Roll has not had very good price action recently, right? The last time I looked at it, it wasn't doing so hot. Yeah, it fell off hard after its last earnings. I'd probably get back, or well, maybe get into it around like Oh, I don't know, 35-ish. A little more tempting. Their ability to weather recessions in the past has been impressive. Composite Man eats Charleston Chew. Ryan Cohen wipes from back to front. CNBC documentaries Making of the Mean King delves into the mysteries surrounding Cohen, including questions about his rapid exit from Bed Bath and Beyond. Is that a real quote? Fucking bag holders making movies now? Y'all love TR's options chain with like 150 contracts on the whole chain. Remember that one time that I bought like one contract and it started a gamma squeeze? There's two contracts, sorry. This is boring. VIX tested 18 again. Let's see. That's about an hour. Hmm. Fuck. That was intense. All right. So $0.15 spread. Hold on. Still a shitload of puts. 41.85, 41.80. So this is the last chance for this to bounce. Yeah. All right. Call interest at 4,200. Kind of unchanged. Interesting. All right. And that's it. It's 1875. Hmm. All right. We sliding? Yeah, I know. But the put positions just hit profitability, so let's see if we finally. I don't know. I don't even know how high capitulation would drive us here. Not very high. There's no. At least right now, there's no shorting, like on the VIX. So we're either not seeing puts take profits or we're not seeing put selling, which is not particularly bullish, right? Although if we get back above gamma neutral again, then it gets a little more bullish. There's so much gamma to the downside. Yeah, the 180 and 185 strikes are stacked. But they're also zero DTEs, right? And they keep capitulating when we move back above gamma neutral. I did agree. I bought at the bottom. Nice. I had like I got stopped out and then I bought back in, so I have like a 15-cent spread I need to make up. Well, now it's made up. All right. Is a pushback above gamma neutral going to push the 4185s and 80s to close? 4,200 calls now back in the money again. This is tricky as hell. Yes, tested 4,200. What? Laren, less complaining after I'm gone, yet NVIDIA put baggies, SPX crash baggies, and GME CC selling baggies at all-time highs. Those always exist. There's always bag holders. That's how the market works. It's a zero-sum game. There's also like 40 BPS out of the money. What? Oh, the fucking the puts? Yeah. But I mean they're profitable right now. Well, they were briefly. Can you explain the pros and cons of rolling an in the money call option to a higher strike in order to capture profits? Rolling up in the money call options to a higher strike? Or you can capture additional upside and increase leverage? Is that what you're talking about? Like doubling down, essentially? And the benefit of that is you continue to capture extrinsic value. And you increase your leverage. So that could be beneficial if, you know, like a trend is continuing strongly in your favor. We all know these bears are going to give up and we rocket to 4220. At least that's their track record. They're a little more resilient today than they have been. But yeah, generally speaking, as we move into the end of the day, they're further out of the money than the calls. So, you know, obviously charm doesn't benefit them. They've bought excessive amounts of like contracts in order to try to drive us below gamma neutral, but so far it's been mostly unsuccessful. We've spent very little time below gamma neutral today. And if we move back above gamma neutral, you know, they lose a lot of their leverage. So it's capitulation becomes more likely. Got to leave early tomorrow. Thoughts up or down? I think that this is like the bull side of this is breaking down. I don't think it's dead yet. I kind of thought it would take most of today for the bull side to completely die out. That's probably still true. Um, Tomorrow, obviously, you know, things get a lot tighter. There's a lot more incentive to push down, with, you know, especially with the House pushing back against the debt ceiling deal. That's just going to create more uncertainty, right? And only embolden bears even more. Also, you know, most of the calls that are on the chain right now were bought Friday, and a lot of them expire today. The stock market is a mechanism for transferring bags from the patient to the to patient. Yeah, can be. Still just a hair below gamma neutral. 4208. So resistance of 4210. if we break up above 42.10. This is still just consolidating. VIX moving up again. So buy SPY 424 3 DTE calls then? Why? Do you think the debt ceiling passing hasn't been priced in on our, 300 basis point move up over the last 3 days? Positioning for jolts? What do you think? It's going to be bullish? I mean, it's probably not going to matter a lot. I think expectations are that it's going to drop. It's probably accurate. They're usually wrong about the exact figure, but I mean, Jolts has been moving down for the last like 4 months. China has a new COVID variant they're warning about. We also have a new unknown respiratory infection popping up. Yeah, I've heard some of the news out of China. China has their like their manufacturing data coming out tomorrow also, which is not expected to be good. And if it's not, it's kind of the final nail in the coffin for their purported recovery. Remember, their economy is largely backed by manufacturing. Elizabeth Holmes is going to report to prison today. Who the fuck is that? Is that the Theranos? The Theranos? Okay. What do you report to prison? How does that work? You just like show up if you want to? Have a kid skip prison for a bit. Okay. You've never been to prison, huh? No. It's actually like a little bit of a battle here. Volume starting to pick up on ES. A little bit, not a lot. Hmm. Kind of just flat though, right? Mm-hmm. 42, 45. 4240 still there. 4200 calls increasing. 4180 puts selling off. 4185 puts are flat. Hmm. VIX coming down. Alright, I guess we'll just see what happens. This battle's bleeding my theta. Yeah, it is. I rolled June 9th, $27 call on AI up to June 9th, $35 call on AI. Booked 500 in profit. What are the pros and cons of doing this? That you lose the rest of your money? What are the cons though? The old rip into close in the final 2 hours. I don't know about that. I mean, like if bulls continue to fail to gain back gamma neutral, then it's over, right? Lily Moassing. They have news. No. Same news they had earlier, but no new news. I don't really think it's Moassing. It's kind of just moving back to like resistance, right? It's up 0.66. Okay, puts or calls. I mean, I'm kind of just like shorter dated calls, longer dated puts right now. While straddling 4,200 overnight is tempting. I really don't want to, and I'd rather the top range of this gets blown off into the end of today than it persists or rolls forward. A bit of a weird spot in life. I've got no job, like 10K I could play with after selling some stuff, and some boring drip port that's outperformed anything I've ever done in my life. What do? Sounds like you should grow the drip port. Are you still holding your SPX 4150s? Yeah. I have 4150s and 4200 puts from straddles. I will reluctantly keep the drip port, maybe. I mean, if it pays your bills. Alright, so VIX is pulling back a little now. Just above gamma neutral. Hmm. Why is Fute still not priced in zero rate cuts this year? They have. Well, bonds mostly have. But like the Fed swaps, like the inflation swaps are already pricing in no rate cuts for this year. Or they've started to. And they're also pricing in a higher probability of a rate increase between now and July. Between June and July. One rate increase, though, not two. And two is definitely possible. Ooh. Can we see 40, 50 end of week? I mean, yeah, I guess if the Treasury doesn't or the Congress doesn't pass the debt ceiling increase. Otherwise, that's a bit far out still. Are we looking at a V-shaped recovery or more downs? We're in between the two. We have been for a while. There's an obscene amount of put gamma at 41.85. Um, that's still pulling down on prices, but there's call interest at 4,200 and more volatility under gamma neutral. Do you keep DCAing into 41.15s or is that play dead? No. I just bought more. The 42.15s? It's getting very close to dead. Almost 2 o'clock. Futures still hasn't tested 4,200. It's close. I think if the next bounce doesn't break gamma neutral, then I'm out of calls. I'm not going to play any more of them. You can at least clean up its volatility better with a bidet, Edwin. Is GME earnings after market today or tomorrow? Finding different answers. What GME earnings is at the annual shareholders meeting, right? On the 15th. I think you're just looking at the like broker estimates for when their earnings date is. As far as I know, they didn't announce earnings for today or tomorrow. What's up, Han? 24 months is 2 years. Yes, it is. Yeah, VIX is trending up nicely. How's school been? Hmm. Nice. Are you ready, Girk? Can I be first? What are you thinking for GME earnings? Is GME? I don't think GME earnings is today, right? The only announcement they've made was the shareholders meeting on the 15th. Hold on. Yeah, they haven't announced like any. They haven't announced any earnings. Those 80s and 85s are thick now. Yeah, I know. I don't think DDS is going to 4,000. Looks like GME earnings are June 7th. Where the fuck are you getting that? As far as I can tell, they haven't announced any earnings at all. I got a GME earnings notification from a couple of brokers, said 17 May 31st. Yeah, I think those are just estimates based on prior earnings. I think they're gonna do their earnings alongside their quarterly announcement, which is or the shareholders meeting, which is on what, the 15th. Why does this happen every quarter? There's no earnings date until GME announces the earnings date. Every single fucking quarter, everyone's like, my broker says earnings is today. No. This has gone on for 2 years. No one's moving the earnings. They simply haven't announced them yet, and the brokers are just estimating the date that they're going to be announced. Jesus Christ, still no futures test of 4,200? It's got to at least test it, right? This is fucking ridiculous. 4,200's right here. The low there was 4,225. It's bouncing, but it's not getting a lot of volume yet. Maybe if you bought more 4,215s, it would go up. I think I have quite enough. Thanks for the idea, though. I downloaded some new software called Boom Hunter Pro onto my Samsung refrigerator. How do I best optimize this for trading? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, set your ice to crushed. Up or down after a 4,200 test? Well, we're moving. I mean, we bounce. There's a distinct bounce there, right? The volume's not great, so there's still a chance that we test 4,200. I think bounce, but maybe not. Maybe all the bulls get burnt out now. Still like 3 more minutes till the candle closes, though. Favorite type of noodle? Oh, 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 so close. Jesus fucking Christ, just test it. There it is. Time for the Tom Lee clown candle. Yeah, VIX is doing well. Does this not flush to the 41.85 puts if it breaks any lower? Oh, it definitely would, yeah. Call profitability increasing. 4,200, 4,210 calls picking up a little. So what? Now they just sell a shitload of puts, right? Or they don't, and then they fucking fuck this opportunity up. I spent the whole weekend stabbing my hands with chisels, attempting to do woodwork. Bearish? Wait, I thought you were a urologist. Don't you do woodwork every day? You should be experienced with working wood. Usually with knives instead of chisels. Oh, fair enough. I'd imagine chisels don't have a lot of use in the medical office. Afternoon, Trina. How you doing? Is this seeing calls being left behind, missing opportunities to push down, and missing opportunities to push up? An indicator that participants still in the market aren't major players. It could be, yeah. I will say that the call interest today is unusually small compared to what we usually see. It's also pretty far out of the money, but it's very small. If your urologist pulls out a hammer and chisel, you have problems. I'd imagine. Futures bounce is like gaining a little bit of momentum, but it's kind of shitty. The hat looks very clean today. Did you buff it? How do you buff a hat? I got obliterated on my Palantir CFD shorts. Advice on how to get back in the game after your portfolio goes bust and you're on the verge of getting fired on your 9 to 17 job. I mean, slowly start building on income strategies until you have enough money to leverage more dangerous positions. Don't 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 focus on just like leveraging long shots, right? Because you're just going to blow up your portfolio. You need to build sustainable income, and then you can leverage on stupid bullshit like CFD puts. I'll buff your hat. Thanks, Han. I think. Yeah, I know 17 is 5 p.m. So sell 5,000 NVIDIA credit spreads. Okay. Those I mean, if you sold 5,000 of them at the top today, you would have made money. Who says 9 to 17? People that live on military time or a 24-hour clock. Is this it, Dork? Is this the moment I've been waiting for all day? Nerds. What is SPX doing? I asked it to go to 3,800. I don't know. I think the bulls might have kept the price high enough for long enough that the shorts gave up. At least briefly. I like this gap up on rising price action, Dork. Futures volumes increasing to the upside too. I mean, I don't like it for my puts, right? But those have days. I like it for my calls that have minutes. So like if VIX 18 breaks down, that's it for the puts for today, right? They were all bought. They were all bought with VIX above 18. It's a possible top for SPX by day's end. I don't know. It kind of depends on how much call positioning comes in here and where. It kind of looks probably like 42.10, but you know, there's like an hour and a half for like the 20s and 25s to ramp up again, right? Are your 42.15s going in the money? That'd be fucking sweet. Or you just get rejected on gamma neutral. I don't know. VIX 18 broke down, so that's really bad for the put positions. Obviously, it hasn't broken down a lot, but I think if it breaks like back below 1780, that's probably the end of it, right? They mostly accumulated here and here. So if these haven't closed out already, they're definitely incentivized to do so now. My contract's gonna fill its gap. Let's fucking go. Let me some gap theory on options pricing. How does June OPEX, June SLD look? Also, when are they? June SLD is gonna be what, on the 14th through the market open on the 19th, and then OPEX is the 19th, 20th, 21st for the like OPEX settlement. And call interest at 42.10 is picking up a lot. 42.15, 42.20, 42.25, all rising. Puts are starting to close off as VIX slumps. So VIX back at that 1788 level. Close. Almost below that 1788 level. So what can turn around price action here? I guess futures selling. But we're probably not going to see any of that till we test like the I don't know. Futures is almost about to break out of its channel, right? If futures breaks up here, it could test 42.30, which is, I know it's a huge move, but it could. I guess 42.20 would be probably be a better level to look for. Volume's still increasing. There's 4.5 minutes left on this candle, so I would say most likely by end of day, a test there or there. Win no shirt? I mean, 25 SPX contracts going in the money is not enough money for me to take my shirt off. If all 40 go in the money, no, they'd have to go. We'd have to hit like 42.40 or something for that to be worthwhile. Okay, because I lied and I bought 42.30 and I didn't want to get berated. Melt up till end of day? Maybe. It's it's still gaining traction, but there's definitely call interest coming in here. Hmm. Hold on. Oh yeah, call interest is ramping up like crazy. I'm not gonna put a stop here. Is put interest coming in at 4,200? Not really. Someone's still buying 4180s. This is exciting. I don't think I've end of day bounced back to recover, $1 billion in underwater calls, or recover a quarter of the $1 billion in underwater calls open today as bullish. Call buying is not abating here. It's picking up very heavily at 42.20. 42.15's picking up a lot. As long as 42.10 doesn't take profits too heavily here. Yes, kind of slowly working its way up to that first resistance level. It's still about $3.50 off. Struggling a little with the 42.15, but it broke above it. There's another bid. Oh, there it goes. I'm not out of this yet. Puts now? No. I don't think so. Although I'm probably not going to get a fill here. Um, yeah, we still haven't tested 42.20 yet. Yeah, more calls still coming in. A few sold off there on the resistance, but there's more coming in the money, which is probably more relevant. Why didn't you tell us SPX is gonna 4x calls? I don't know. Kirk, I'm shorting the euro. Wish me luck. Also, how do I short the euro? Did this debt ceiling rise go through successfully? No, I think Charm just killed the puts. Like they weren't able to drive the price low enough in time. And then the momentum of a reversal took over. Top layer, pure hot dog water jello. Middle layer, hot dog water jello with chunks of hot dog suspended in it. Bottom layer, hot dog jello. It's a glizzy cake? It's a glizzy cake. Alright, it's disgusting, but glizzy gang rise up. And more out of the money calls coming in. Cool. I can buy more puts tomorrow. This is awesome. Oh, I wanna get some 4180 puts. I don't have any of those. Why doesn't Charm hurt out the money calls? Well, the calls didn't have any gamma because they were out of the money, right? So the puts were much closer to the money. So they're being hedged more heavily. They have not only do they have a higher amount of gamma, they have more delta too, right? And so there's more of a hedge to shed, right? And then obviously like the call buying that has come in after the break above gamma neutral is, but it's kind of like a totally different story. I would say 50% of the calls on the chain right now for 0 DTEs have been bought in the last 20 minutes. What's Charm? Delta Decay? Man, now I gotta go make 4x at the Wendy's dumpster. It's one of those days where having the ability to infinitely average down 0 DT options pays off. It must feel so good to be like Jamie Dimon. Like, even if your zero DTs aren't hitting, you just roll them out a day. Just like drop an extra 300 million and move them out to the next expiration. We broke up above 42.20 just now. There's a little resistance, but I don't think it'll matter given all the calls still coming in. Yeah, 42.20 is going up, 42.25, 42.30, 42.45 increasing, 42.35 increasing. And we still have the same issue that we had this morning with the upside up here, is that, you know, there's a shitload of sold calls, and like you're not getting through that, right? With zero DTE calls, doesn't matter how cheap they are. I feel like I should set a stop on these. But what if they just keep going up? Like, I already made all my money. Hmm. Yes, you are, Han. No one could ever take that from you. 20% stop on 0 DT 4210 calls that have just gotten the money. They're not going to stop loss me. Is 20% wide enough? I mean, I guess it's wide enough if this price action continues. I don't know. Does your job pay less than $5,200 a year? This day is your cold vengeance on the 4215s. You lost 4K on those puts last week. Yeah, that's true. Don't give up now, Bulls. You can do it. Comp, this might be your last shot. Was that futures? Oh, yeah. I don't know if it'll matter. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Bulls are going to be so deterred by that. They hit a bunch of stop losses though. Hmm. I don't think bulls give a shit. They're gonna close out more calls. Oh, like barely filling the gap. Fill the gap? Close. There it is. Hanging on to these is probably stupid, but I feel greedy. 42.25 0 TT spread was like 65 bid, 105 ask. Damn. Don't worry, Gork. I just bought another call on QQQ. Oh, thank God. Changed the stop to 30% right after you said that, and the contract dropped 20% in value on that red candle. Thank the stock god, better known as Goracle. Yeah, I don't think so this is like a futures, like a quick futures sell off, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Like, it's a decent sized dump, but volume's definitely picking up a lot. Like, I can see the bulls just rushing right back into calls at the bottom of this right here. The market maker's not even down pricing the calls very much right now. Was someone naughty and selling calls at 42.25? Just a bull, like a bear trap? A little extended. Ooh, that's another big block order. I don't like that. Hmm. There's 42.15. Okay, yeah, they're just selling off. Quitters. How much time is left? There's still another hour? All right, they've definitely hit all the stops. Oh, or maybe no one had any fucking stops. Feud sweepers trying to stop momentum and trigger stops. Yeah, but I don't think they're very successful here. They didn't do a lot of damage to the 0 DTE calls. People just not setting stops, I guess. I was able to roll my 42.20 puts, a 6-1 for 419 for 6-5 on that climb for a net of 30 cents a contract. Nice. Yeah, it's, if you think there's like upside potential, that can always be a good opportunity to roll puts and buy them back at a discount. Man, they did try though. That was a lot of money. That was a shitload of contracts. I'm not sure they're done. That's pretty defensive. We might float back up to that previous level, but I don't think they want this above 42.20 by end of day. Although we've had a lot of sellers on all of our downside today. Like volume's been high on the downticks for futures. There's still a little room. The problem now is that like zero DTE call buyers are going to be super confident about selling puts, like zero DTE puts at like 41, 41.80, 41.85, 41.90. Right? We're so far above like gamma neutral now that they're not going to care about selling puts down here at all, which gives them a lot of like credit buying power. So we'll see if we start seeing VIX nosedive again, right? And the zero DT call volume continue to increase. That's what we'd be looking for. If it does close below the mass amounts of 4,200, though, it would be pretty effective in changing the momentum. Yeah. Well, just under gamma neutral. Like a close below gamma neutral would be really bad for the momentum. I don't think the bears are so, or like bulls are so willing to let the early part of this week slip. At least not until the debt deal is done, right? Or being voted on. They already lost a shitload of ground this morning. Like all their like farther out of the money stuff, like 40 42.50, 40.45 or 42.45, 40.40, 42.40. And those are fucking dead, right? Like they already fucked those. So the big upside range that carried over the weekend, that got crushed earlier today. There's still like a mid range on the bullish positioning, but that's mostly right here. A little bit, towards 42.25, but there's already a lot of sold calls at that level. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. This is going to be very tight. And it could just give like ES sellers another exit opportunity, right? It's interesting how relatively early in the day we're getting the pump. Yeah, usually we don't see this kind of price action until like after like 3:15, 3:30. When will Treasury issue treasuries after debt ceiling suspended? Probably immediately. And the auctions are scheduled, but they're pretty frequent. They're going to want to. Well, actually, they're going to need to cover the extraordinary measure usage right away. So that's a couple hundred billion. Well, the longer this drags out, the more it is actually. So if this drags out to like the fourth or the fifth, then it's going to be a little bit more than that. But right now, it's a little over 100 billion. And then they need to refill the TGA, so like another trillion over the next couple weeks. That's a shitload of quantitative tightening, by the way. That's like more quantitative tightening than the Fed's done in the last 2 years in a couple of weeks. It's really not bullish. I'd argue they need to come in earlier to show support and defend GN. However, it does add risk since they still have an hour left. I mean, it could be that they want to get the calls closed before end of day, right? And then they're going to reposition to the downside. Is this going to tank? I don't know. No? um, I don't know. They're still buying in the money calls, but someone's still buying puts. So higher low here, bullish. I never said 42.30 was safe, Hazy. There's a bit of a megaphone descending triangle thing on futures that makes me feel funny in my downstairs area. That's a bull. That's a bull flag, dork. It's starting to consolidate a bit and turn more into a pennant. Like here, it was still a flag, but actually, if it moves out to here, well, we'll see. I think I can get rid of this. These don't seem relevant anymore. How about some more Tesla puts today? And if you're asking how I feel long term about Tesla, I think it's a piece of shit. So any near the money puts with enough theta are fairly decent in my mind. The shorter dated breakdown, I mean, it saw its high this morning. It's pretty close to fucking gamma max. It's barely holding above resistance. It's probably at least likely that it sees the underside of 200 or maybe the underside of like 195 before the end of this week. Starting to look bearish again. I mean, it's definitely a little bit more mixed. It can still, like, the bulls still have the same advantage though that they had when we crossed DN, right? Or GN. So, um if more calls come in again, after all the future sell-offs are done and more calls come in, like they can still pump it. Like, ES hasn't sold off with the same volume a second time. So it's really just reversing the momentum from that big sell-off, which is definitely still possible. There's also a lot of repositioning going on these upside moves. We saw that Friday too, with VIX and price rising simultaneously. I love straddles. They're pretty awesome. Breakout or breakdown may happen in after hours. Maybe. I mean, we still got an hour left, and there's a lot of calls near the money right now. Which inverse SP 500 ETFs are recommended for catching a falling market? I mean, SPXS is probably one of the better ones because you get the same tax treatment that you get off SPX. I don't know about the other ones so much. I think there's another one that tracks SPXU or something like that. There's another one that isn't as highly leveraged, but also has the same tax treatment. I'm back after a few hours. I rolled my Lily. No way I'm diamond handing June puts, and July is hella cute, not gonna lie. On God, no cap. For real. Yeah. If we pumped to 42.30, that would have been the biggest end of day pump we've seen in the past 8 months. Would it? I don't think so. 42.30 would have been like 40 BPS. I feel like we've had 40 BPS end of day pumps before. Yeah, what about on like May 18th? Like in the last hour on May 18th, we went up 68 basis points. I don't think 40 is that huge of a stretch. Out of the money puts taking profit, and the money calls taking profit. 4,200, 41.95. I meant to say wouldn't. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think 41.30 would be crazy. The only problem with 41.30 is there's a lot of sold calls at 41.25 and 41.30. So hard for us to get to those levels. Also, we just rejected hard as fuck off of 42.20 on ES. So there's definitely some sellers at that level. Yeah, I mean, if the student loan thing fucking goes through, that's gonna tighten up consumer spending a lot, right? So it's I mean the outcome of that also not bullish. There's very few bullish things, right? That come out of this. The most bullish thing that comes out of this is the U.S. doesn't default. Everything else is mostly a negative. Green subsidies are getting cut from the spending debt bill. Should impact Tesla sales long term. It'll impact solar too, like Enphase and FSLR. So probably some good short opportunities there. That's going to contract government spending for the next 2 years anyway, right? Some of that money's already been approved to be spent as well. So, it changes the potential for future incentives, but it's not gonna restrict ones already in place that much. The 4125 collar sellers are pretty far dated. I don't think they give a shit if the price moves above 4120 a little bit. Especially not like on zero DTs. They're pretty unlikely to close out. They're harvesting theta, right? As long as they don't impact the military. No, there's no cuts to military budget, I don't think. Or at least not that I've heard yet. Conservatives would never. Nobody would ever. Democrats or conservatives. Believe me, they all get their palms greased by the military industrial complex. It's no one's cutting defense spending. Not in the US. We don't do that shit here. That's one thing we can agree on across the aisle. We don't overtax the rich and we don't cut military spending. Yeah, everything else is open for debate. GME, moving up. Everything illiquid, squatting on the market pump. That's how it works. When's Macy's earnings? Wonder if they're gonna miss. Has the river run dry again? No, but it's about to. The Treasury is gonna make sure. The Treasury is about to throw the world's largest roll of bounty paper towels into the river, or ShamWows. Bounty was fun and jest, but ShamWow concerns me. Fair enough. The river on GME has been dry for months. It's been dry since earnings. Oh, Theta, you dirty bitch. GME's still not above 25. I don't care. You're buying more now. He only buys the top. Is GME at a year-to-day high? No. Not at all. Right? No. Its year-to-date high was 2776. Today was a great day as a scalper slash day trader. Yeah, it's been pretty fun. Interesting. Mix breakdown. Yes. Still hasn't failed. Oh, there's some buyers. Just gonna drag out the rest of the day at like gamma neutral. I don't really think this still looks very bullish. Calls are reduced from where they were. They could come back, but they're definitely down from where they were. What are your expectations for GME earnings for them to be released on the 15th? I think they'll probably not hit positive EPS. They'll probably maintain positive free cash flow, and they're very likely to miss on revenues. Any idea why Upstart's running? Because it's illiquid and the market's pushing up. Also, there's a shitload of calls at $25. Upstart doesn't just like drop down overnight. It takes a while for them to get a handle on the short volatility side and bring the price down. It took from like January all the way through, what was it? Like I think we hit our low after Jan in like mid-March, end of March, right? For the price to come down. So I expect a similar timeline. I have some in the money puts on Upstart already. I've sold calls at 25. Some at 20. But they're for like July. So call side's got a little bit of an opportunity at some momentum here. So playing downside to Upstart, you should look past July, you think? Or, I mean, or be very close to the money and catch like the sharper drops. So you're not expecting all-time high for Upstart end of month? No. Also, it wouldn't be an all-time high. The stock used to be like $400. SLD was moved out 1 week past 2 months. If so, that means this week is OPEX, kind of? No. There's no new regulations. You just made that up. Is the third massive consecutive green move you were talking about regarding ETF buy-ins that cause squeezes? On what? On Nvidia? No, well, Nvidia's today's T+2 from its fucking massive earnings move. But we wouldn't really see like the lagging effects from ETFs until like T3 to T5. So from tomorrow into the middle, well, I guess the end of this week. So another test of 4200 in the cards for this week on Nvidia. 4020? Could be, yeah. I think if the indexes pull back, probably not. But if they don't, then like if we remain flat for the rest of the week or in the upper range, um, then yeah, we might see a pump again. It probably won't be as meaningful as the entire call chain going in the money, which was, today was the final day for the hedging of that. Is GME at Gamma Max yet? I don't think so. Gamma Max on GME is at 25.50. It's close. It's about $1 off. Call interest picking up out of the money on SPX again. ES bouncing. Almost breaking out. I guess we'll see if it breaks out here. This would be the secondary push, if there's going to be a secondary push. If GME mentions AI, that's when the bubble will pop. The bearish stars aligned enough to hit 4,000 SPX in June. It's possible. I mean, the treasury dump on the back of a Fed rate increase. CPI can come in hot now. PCE is up. Yeah, it's not out of the question. A lot of the short puts have been closing, so there's less resistance to the downside. How high could Upstart go? There's a lot of sold calls at 30, so probably not higher than that. Futures is breaking up again. Might have enough time left in the day to retest the previous high. I don't know if we'll go much higher than that. That puts us at like 42.15-ish. I'm as hype as the next guy, but Jimmy is up less than 5%. Yeah, I know. It's up $1. They've been pumping bearish data points since December. Yeah. Mostly on the back of the fact that CPI has been down year over year. Until last month, when core came in hotter. It doesn't take much for headline to come in hot again either. When's earnings? As far as I know, they haven't announced it. Do you think GME has the juice to break 25 before earnings? Not really. I know there's a lot of sold calls there. A lot of them are mine. I'm not worried about them at all. Actually, Even if I get assigned on them, I don't really give a shit. So it's up $7 in 4 weeks, but still lower than the prior earnings run. I mean, it's not like impressive. The market's also been rallying, right? Jimmy's just been illiquid and the market's rallying. Like, none of this is driven by covering. None of it's driven by out of the money options being bought. It's just driven by active funds buying the stock in order to match with indexes. That's why there's been no crazy breakouts or giant spikes in implied volatility. So Jimmy's a normal stock now? No, it's super illiquid. Upstart's not squeezing. They're not even covering anything on Upstart. Holy moly, what are we looking at? What do you mean? Oh. Futures attempting a breakup. Major heat wave in China. Bullish for coal and BTU. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Jimmy moving in tandem with VIX into close. That'd be odd, given that there's like no dealer Vega exposure on GameStop at all. Maybe it's just moving with the indexes. I really wish. How long do we have left till the Russell shit's finalized? One more week? Or is it end of this week? If you wanted those bear call spreads on AI, it's back up there. Ooh. I don't want bear call spreads because they have earnings. I don't even think the company knows what it does. So I definitely don't trust their earnings to not have, you know. Ooh, very nice. Okay. Yeah, maybe like an inverse condor or something, but not a not just a directional bet. It's maybe the best vol exposure. It's like I don't want an iron condor. Fuck, there's no upper strike. You have to go out to like July to get $50 strikes. That's kind of not worth it. The IV is not nearly as high. Ah, fuck that. Call interest is just like kind of dwindling now. They had a little bit of momentum there for a second, but it's falling off. And the breakout failed too. I didn't trade SPX back in the day. It was Jamie's options price back in 2021 similarly as expensive as SPX. They were way more expensive. What did I short too early? I'm seeing 50s. I don't see any 50s open for today or this Friday's expiration. Okay, why are they not available? I have them on here, but I don't have them on Schwab. I don't have any 50s open, like on like Schwab. It's not showing up on the chain. Maybe I need to log out and back in. Thanks, Han. See you later. 50s work. I mean, they're not ideal, but they work. They're just not showing up here. I'm gonna try logging out and logging back in. Four, 5, 400. Hmm. I don't know how tomorrow's expiration looks yet. Let me take a look. The call side of the options chain does not look great tomorrow. There's still a lot of calls at 41.90, but that's about it. So none of the calls from today are really rolling forward. 616, most of the at the money call interest has fallen off. The only strikes that still have any gamma are 4200, 4210, and 4225. 4250 still has a lot, but we're nowhere near it. And I think a lot of those are sold. This Friday's expiration. This Friday still has a lot of call interest. 4200 through well, actually 4200 and then 4220 through 4230. But put interest is picking up on Friday at 4140 and 50. Looks like longer dated put interest has been picking up on the 721 expiration. That's probably more responsible for the moves that we saw in VIX. But those look to be around like 4100 and 4000, 4050. 4100 and 4050. 4100, 4190 calls tomorrow are the smaller JPM caller. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's correct. They are. Interesting. That's the equity fund 3. That's gonna get rolled though. I wonder what effect that'll have. Do you think Netflix still has some upside potential this week? Hold on. It's a it's above Gamma Max right now. So, well, no, I guess it's at Gamma Max right now. It broke earlier today. Um, so probably not. And Gamma Max is kind of falling off on it. I guess it'll depend on what we see. What we see as far as like sold calls go at the 400 level, which I won't know till tonight. You think NQ or ES sees a larger pullback this week? I mean, that's hard to say. I don't know how much more people are gonna flee to tech as a flight to safety. It'll depend on how incentivized the yields get. Doesn't sold calls rolling usually mean ups? I mean, they don't really have any hedge left on them, right? So no, it's also not very many of them. But I mean, the decay on them's basically makes them worthless. Do you own any bonds? I have some like 3 month 3 month treasuries. That's about it though. Jamie broke last week's highs and continues to rip. It's up like $1.30 today. Resistance is at 25. $300K candle might actually just be covering. Yeah, I mean a little bit of covering today. Some nice contraction. Looks like XRT and IJH. Not enough to confirm continued covering, but a little bit of covering. This is why I don't sell CCs. Okay. You know what happens if you get assigned on CCs? You just get your money. And then you can sell CSPs. Since there are less calls above this price point on SPX, would you still hedge the upside? Right now, yes. Just because like the debt ceiling shit's not determined and there's still some calls. Um if I see more of the long side positioning breakdown, probably won't hedge as heavily. But those call hedges, you know, like the call side of those straddles can really save your ass if they start like pumping feuds in the pre-market, right? It's worth the cost, generally speaking. Been gone for 2 years. What did I miss? Pretty much nothing. I already straddled Yaga. Thank you. If you don't sell CCs and know what they are, then you believe in MOASS. If you don't believe in MOASS and you don't sell CCs, you aren't in the market for profit. Either way, big opportunity cost. Yeah. Yeah, GME's grinding up. It's still a liquid. There is some covering today, which is interesting. There's really no ETF FTDs today. Watching the stream for the last 2 years, I commonly see GME have a small 5 to 10% run, gaining traction from apes asking, is this MOASS? Only for the market to sell off the next day. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. Really frequently. At this point, I just ignore them. It's... Why would they cover stellar earnings incoming? No, they would cover because it's illiquid as fuck. Or they got pushed out of like shorter dated short positions. The fact that liquidity was realized directly on GME likely means that um, someone like either closed covered calls or closed shorts. I would say covered calls is more likely. Retail panicking. Whatever you do, don't tell them you can sell CCs and buy calls and never lose your long leverage. Could this be the start of upstart seeing GME 2021 levels of volatility? No. The call chain's picking up interest, but not that much. Yeah, because the borrow rate is rock solid. Yep. Yeah, if any institutional shorts were at risk, the borrow rate would be going up right now. What about the pensions and mutual funds that have unrealized bond losses? What about them? You mean duration risk? What about them what? Are you just saying things? Can you form a more, I know it's hard in the YouTube chat, but can you form a more complete idea around what you're trying to say? What's the right way to handle thresholds for rolling back a production software release? Right way to set thresholds for rolling back a production software release in a heavily regulated industry? I have no idea. So, what did the company promise a software release and now they're pulling it back? Or yeah, probably pigeon teeth. Don't do that. Covering because margin on QQQ shorts got crushed? Maybe. I don't think there were a lot of QQQ shorts. Margin got crushed with the, just in general with the haircut last month. SPX 4169.69 tomorrow. I don't know. Someone wants to see the market close below 4201 tonight. We're very close to closing below gamma neutral. Don't make mistakes. Test in your test environment. If it doesn't full stop the users, you roll forward and fix it. QQQ shorts did not get crushed. Watch your mouth. That's my position. Do you prefer your soft goods sunny side up or scrambled? Over medium. I rarely sell CCs and GME, and not with the best timing, but I was still able to get my cost basis almost $15 down. So, yeah, people should do it. Nice, man. Now pumped to 42.30. No. Good time for GME puts? It's never a good time for GME puts. The fucking IV just gets crushed out of them. Unless you're synthetic short, GME puts are garbage. Or you really, really want the margin on your GME position. I guess that would be the other reason to have protective puts. I mean, you need to give me a lot more information than that, Spider. You should probably consider their business plan, potential risks, competition, how much of the available market share that they can take over either locally or regionally. I don't know what kind of business it is. That would probably be a good starting point. I think you guys need to get used to the fact that Upstart's going to be more volatile moving forward. Upstart is in a very good place for their long-term growth. There is long interest, there is short interest, there is short volatility. All of those things are going to continue to coexist for probably some time. It still faces headwinds from the Fed rate increases, but you know, it's going to be volatile. It's not just going to fall off a cliff after it runs. It's going to take a long time for the volatility shorts to get a foothold and be able to bring the price of the stock down to levels where they can keep it down. It's also still wildly illiquid. Not only its free float, but its liquidity available in ETFs is still finite. And so the available liquidity to short it with is very limited. Ooh, SPX pumping into close. What the fuck? Oh, just futures. Ding ding. Right? Well, no, we got one more minute. One more minute. Sorry. Now it's ding ding. That was interesting. Well, futures caught a bid there at the end of the day. Quite a big one. They staved off closing below gamma neutral for one more day. We'll see how that plays out overnight. TGA reserves as of Friday depends on how quickly it gets through the house. Possibly as early as Thursday. Can you comment on Nvidia? Any new puts repositioning? I mean, I'll know tonight better than I will now. I don't have the OI data for today's close yet, so I have no idea what the positionings moved to after today. It had a pretty decent spike in price today. I know calls were falling off last Friday, but I'm sure more came in today. So yeah, I'll have to see what's moved around since, the last OI update. Green for the day by 14 cents. Yeah, pretty close to fucking almost flat on Friday's close, right? Just barely. Actually 0% change on SPX. Futures kind of aren't doing much after close here. They're pretty stagnant at 42.15. NQ also pretty flat after close. So I guess we'll get maybe more information overnight on what's going on with the debt ceiling. Biggest change today is oil down 400 BPS, trading at 69.76 a barrel now. And T-bill futures moved up 167 basis points. We've continued to see yields fall out of the bottom. The 2-year and 5-year both down 350 and 330 BPS respectively. The 10-year down 234 BPS. So we're seeing people get ready to moving into bonds early to try to capture what is likely an inevitable dump of treasuries. Right, and if it's not, then it's going to mean a technical default. So either way, they're positioning for more downside. We also saw more longer dated puts come in on SPX today. I'm sure we'll see more of those throughout the rest of this week as well. But the bull side managed to hold its lower level into the end of today. So there's still some more potential for upside that'll carry over to tomorrow. After tomorrow, there might not be a lot left. The 42, 40, 45 levels got 42.30 and up levels got kind of crushed out today. If we fall dramatically below gamma neutral, I'd imagine the rest of those will close out as well. And that's about it. GME up like $1 today. A little bit of liquidity realization, but not enough for me to say that we're seeing any kind of liquidity event. You know, this can just be like a small burst of covering, kind of like we saw, you know, back here on like the 22nd, right? And then that just led to, you know, continued shorting. So it may just be that they needed some liquidity to continue internalizing. I don't see any of the $25 sold calls pulling back, so they seem to remain pretty confident in that level. So I don't think any run is going to be perpetuated there. And if there is one, it'll probably be really brief. Upstart's continuing to be shorted into the rising price action, which means, you know, they're burning up a lot of liquidity without bringing the price of the stock down. That's bullish in the medium term. Right now, you know, you can try to capture the upside, but it's pretty sporadic. I would say it's mostly presenting a continued good opportunity for covered calls and possibly protective puts. Yeah, that's about it. So my July target for Upstart is still, you know, down at like $20, possibly lower. I think if GME either gets more liquidity through slightly more covering or through active funds selling off, that it will probably get shorted harder. I'm not sure. I think Russell completes their announcements this week. So all of the reconstitution announcements, I think, are in by the end of this week. But I've got to double check it. As far as I know, they still haven't announced the R2K inclusions. They have a pretty wide window. No problem, guys. Jimmy about to fail to hit 1K end of day post earnings. I don't think Jimmy has earnings today. I think that's just a broker estimate. There's nothing on their website. There's no announcement of the earnings date yet. So those are just like broker estimates that are wrong. This happened last year before the shareholders meeting too. Everyone thought Ryan Cohen moved earnings, and I had to hear about that shit literally to this day. So oh, numerology Mike is back. Never mind. Now I know who you are. Okay. Thanks, guys. I hope everyone has a great night, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. Later, guys.